A very good morning. We are waiting for our chief guest to arrive. He will be arriving shortly, so kindly bear with us in these few moments. Thank you. Once again, a very good morning. Before we start with today's program, I would like to brief you on what the workshop today is all about. Today's workshop is organized by the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer, Meghalaya, in association with the India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management, as part of the thematic priorities under India's chairship of the International IIDEM, and forms part of the thematic research initiative assigned to the Chief Electoral Officer, Meghalaya. The workshop will be conducted in hybrid mode, enabling participation of officials from election management bodies from across the globe, both physically and virtually. So once the chief guest arrives, we will begin today's program with the inaugural session, which will then be followed by the technical sessions. So the technical sessions, we will have four speakers altogether. And in the first session, we have two tracks. Track one will be shared by Mr. Shishir Tiwari, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Northeastern Hill University, and he will be speaking on the foundations and legal frameworks of ethical election campaigning, which will be then followed by a question and answer round. Following that, we have track two, which will be shared by Dr. Kamaljeet Chiram, Assistant Professor, Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Northeastern Hill University, and his topic will be on media, digital campaigns, and information integrity. This will also be followed by a question and answer round. We will then be breaking for lunch, and the next session will be conducted by Professor K. Debarma, Department of Political Science, Northeastern Hill University, and his topic will be on the campaign finance, monitoring, and enforcement. This will also again be followed by another question and answer round. The final session is going to be conducted by Professor Diptendu Sinha Roy, the Dean of Research and Consultancy, National Institute of Technology, Meghalaya, Sora, and his topic will be on the emerging challenges and global cooperation. This will also be followed by another question and answer round, and we will have the final general interaction. The technical session will be led by the moderator, who is the additional Chief Electoral Officer of Meghalaya. And following that will be the vote of thanks. Thank you. I request everyone to kindly rise, for our chief guest has arrived. A warm welcome to our chief guest for today's program. You may kindly sit. A warm welcome to our chief guest for today's program, Shri Frederick Roy Kharkngor, IAS, Principal Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya. Our guest of honor, Shri Civil V. Darlong Dingdo, Commissioner and Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, District Council Affairs Department. Our respected officials, special guests, resource persons, members from the political parties, members of Meghalaya Model United Nations, friends from the media, community leaders, prominent citizens, and young people. My name is Narissa Dakhar, and I will be your host for today's inaugural session. We begin today's program with the singing of the national anthem, and therefore I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem. I would now like to invite our chief guest, our guest of honor, and all the dignitaries to the dais. We would now like to request Dr. B.D.R. Tiwari, IAS, Chief Electoral Officer, Meghalaya, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Shri Frederick Roy Kharkngor, IAS, Principal Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya. Sir, I request you to also kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Shri Cyril V. Darlong Dingdo, Commissioner and Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, District Council Affairs Department. Sir, I request you to also kindly felicitate Shri Dalton P. Marak, IPS, Inspector General of Police and State Nodal Police Officer. Now I request our chief guest to kindly felicitate our CEO, Dr. B.D.R. Tiwari, IAS, Chief Electoral Officer, Meghalaya, and as well as our additional CEO, Shri Banari Maulong, IAS. And now I request Sri Jeffrey Nongrum to kindly felicitate our additional CEO, Sri Barnari Maulong, IAS. Thank you, sir. To mark the auspicious beginning of today's workshop, may I now request our chief guest, Sri Frederick Roy Kharkungor, IAS Principal Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, our guest of honor, Sri Cyril V. Darlong Dingdo, Commissioner and Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya District Council Affairs Department, and the other dignitaries to kindly join us for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Can we all have a round of applause for the lighting of the lamp? The lighting of this lamp signifies the triumph of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and integrity over malpractice, the principles that lie at the heart of the Model Code of Conduct. Can we have one more round of applause? We thank our dignitaries for illuminating this workshop with their presence. May I now request our guest of honor, Sri Cyril V. Darlong Dingdo, IAS, Commissioner and Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya District Council Affairs Department, to kindly deliver his address.
Thank you very much, Kong. Our respected chief guest of today's program, Sri Frederick Roy Kharkungor, sir, Principal Secretary, Home, Political, Home, Police, and other departments, Government of Meghalaya. Our respected Chief Electoral Officer, Meghalaya, Dr. B.D.R. Tiwari, sir. Additional CEO, Mr. Barnari Maulong. Mr. Dalton P. Marak, IG, Police. All the respected representatives of the political parties who are here, including our respected MDC, Mr. Titos Starwell Khain, and other distinguished MDCs and representatives of all national and regional political parties. All the officers from the district administration, from various districts, ADCs, other distinguished guests and invitees who are speakers for today's program, and all those who are also joining this program online. First of all, thank you to the Office of the CEO, Meghalaya, for having invited me for this very important workshop and conference today. I was told to speak a little on what the District Council Affairs Department is doing, especially in terms of model code of conduct in the state of Meghalaya. Just as a background, we know that for elections to assemblies and parliament, it is the ECI through the Office of the CEO and the district administration that conducts elections. Other states, of course, have state election commissions. Since Meghalaya is exempted under Part 9 and 9A of the Constitution of India to have a state election commission, since we are under the 6th schedule to the Constitution of India, we have 3 autonomous district councils: the Khasi Hills Autonomous District Council, the Garo Hills Autonomous District Council, and the Jaintia Hills Autonomous District Council. So the elections to the 3 ADCs, the 3 autonomous district councils, have been conducted by the state government in the District Council Affairs Department. Of course, through the deputy commissioners and the district administration, and in support with the police and other administration, the field administration. That is how we conduct. But the overall supervision and conduct of these elections lies with the District Council Affairs Department. And therefore, we had thought it fit that we should come out with a proper model code of conduct for the guidance of all political parties and candidates during elections to the ADCs. Therefore, in the last district council election that was held recently to the Khasi Hills and Jaintia Hills Autonomous District Council, just before that, we had taken the matter to the government, to the cabinet, in fact, on 9 December 2024, and a separate model code of conduct for the conduct of this elections to the autonomous district councils was approved by the government of Meghalaya. Before that, the state government was adopting the ECI model code of conduct in toto. But we had found that certain guidelines in the model code of conduct may not apply in toto to the ADC elections because of the nature of the ADC elections. And so to ensure that there is no confusion in terms of interpretation, every political party is clear, we had come out with our own model code of conduct, which has been distributed and used in the last election, and it is being used. I have a small copy here, just to, for the benefit of all the political parties. I'm sure many of you have this, but I'll just, in the interest of time, just give a few salient features. So like the model code of conduct of the Election Commission of India, we have adopted many of those principles because the principles of elections are the same. For example, the general conduct is, you shouldn't appeal on communal lines, you shouldn't have corrupt practices, no division or hatred, restrictions in terms of canvassing within 100 meters of the polling stations, within 48 hours before poll closes to seize all public meetings and all campaigns, prior permission for meetings from the district administration, inform police in advance so that the venue of these public meetings is well known and all political parties have access to these venues, the issue of loudspeakers to be taken permission for, etc., etc. Fix the plan in advance if there are processions, to follow local restrictions, to avoid traffic jams, to prevent clashes. So it's like the ECI model code of conduct. The only difference is that this model code of conduct applies, of course, to the autonomous district councils. Therefore, state and centrally funded projects, which are ongoing, do not get affected by the model code of conduct. Ongoing central state schemes projects are exempted. Even in the district councils, those which are ongoing are exempted. But during the model code of conduct, which comes into force when the notification is issued by the governor for calling the electors to elect the members of the district council, from that day onwards, no new scheme can be announced by the autonomous district council concerned, and restrictions like the use of ADC vehicles by the CEMs or EMs, etc., those apply. So the principles are as similar as to the ECI model code of conduct. We have already used it in the last election to both the Khasi Hills and the Jaintia Hills district council elections. And there were no issues that were raised in terms of the principles of the model code of conduct. I'm sure, as a department, we are always happy to receive feedback from political parties who are here whenever you need clarification or other things. The district administration to the DCs and the ADCs time and again give these model code of conduct to the political parties, to the candidates, including independent candidates for elections, and these are well disseminated. So I would like to thank the Election Commission of India in a way and the Office of the CEO, because a lot of the principles of this model code of conduct are based on the current model code of conduct of the Election Commission of India. And principles are the same. The fundamental principles of electioneering, of having a level playing field for political parties, free and fair elections, those remain the same, obviously. But since these are local elections, we have modified it suitably to the given context of the state of Meghalaya, given the fact that we have 3 autonomous district councils. And obviously, these elections happen at different times. We don't have simultaneous elections for all 3 councils at the same time. So therefore, it doesn't, apply to all councils at the same time in terms of the work that is happening. So I'll not speak much more. I once again thank our respected chief guest, Shri F.R. Kharkongor sir, our respected chief electoral officer, and all the election team, including all the political parties, for your presence here today. These kind of workshops are important to deliberate, to discuss, to learn, to clarify, and to disseminate information and learnings. And I'm very happy to have been invited to this kind of meeting, which is of course conducted by the Election Commission of India through the IIIDEM with the Office of the CEO, to also share with the political parties about what the state government through the District Council Affairs Department is doing for ensuring free and fair elections during the autonomous district council elections. So with these words, I thank all of you for your patient listening, for inviting me, and once again, Kublai Shibon, Mithela, and Jai Hind. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting and enlightening us with the salient features of the Model Code of Conduct specific to the Autonomous District Councils of Meghalaya. Now I would like to invite Dr. B.D.R. Tiwari, IAS, Chief Electoral Officer of Meghalaya, for his address.
Thank you so much. Our respected chief guest, Sri Frederick Rai Kharkongor sir, IAS and Principal Secretary, Home Police, Home Political, and other department, and sir being my predecessor and guardian guidance force to entire election team, and my colleague, Sri Cyril V. Dingdo, Commissioner and Secretary, District Council Affairs Department, as well as several other departments in the government of Meghalaya. State Police Nodal Officer and Inspector General of Police, Sri Dalton P. Marak. Additional CEO, Barnari Maulong, IAS. Honorable representatives of the political parties, our Honorable AMDC, Sir Titus Khain, and representative of other political parties, officials from the district, media, our respected resource persons who largely contributed for this thematic group, which is assigned to Meghalaya, that is Model Code of Conduct for Campaign, on which, as per instruction of IIIDEM, this workshop is being organized. Ladies, gentlemen, officials who are joining from through VC from the districts, and our respected guests who are connected in this hybrid mode from the other state and IIIDEM. A very good morning to you all. And this is a proud privilege for Meghalaya to conduct this this one-day state workshop on the theme or thematic group assigned to Meghalaya, that is Model Code of Conduct by the International, on this International Ideas theme. A different theme has been assigned to all the CEOs, and the thematic group report is being prepared through a teamwork by respective CEOs. And this year is the chairship of the India chairship of International IDEA. International IDEA is the association of the election management bodies across the globe, and it headquarters at Stockholm, Sweden. And this time, since India is leading this one, so Honorable Election Commission of India, which is having the one of the largest of its kind, this Institute of India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management, IIIDEM, in short we call. So under the banner of IIIDEM and their guidance, so we have been assigned to study the leading democracies on the different theme assigned to, that is called thematic group, to the different CEOs and the state teams. So accordingly, we got this theme of the model code of conduct for campaign, and an international workshop held in the month of January 2026, just after India has, our ECI had taken the chairship, and Honorable CEC is the present chair of the International IDEA. So under the ambit and the banner and the guidance of IIIDEM, the thematic group study has been taken up, and I feel very proud in announcing Meghalaya is one state among initial 5 states which has submitted its thematic group report by this previous month, by May 2026. So next meeting of this is the annual chair, and which is the next meeting is scheduled by first week of December 2026. Before that, IIIDEM is working to publish all those thematic group reports, which is of international standard. And like Meghalaya, once our team is conducting this thematic group research. So we have studied around 51 countries from the different part of the globe, and we have found that there are a lot of variation as per model code of conduct for campaign is also concerned. As Mr. Cyril has very rightly pointed out, model code of conduct is providing level playing field for all stakeholders, especially the political parties who are participating in the elections. So during the campaign period, there should be no divisive line, there should be no use of the religion, hatred speech, and there should be certain limitation on the conduct of the political parties for the organizing rally, holding the meetings, and they have to seek permission from the competent authorities, as well as the election, this expenditure monitoring part is also very much important part of this entire campaign. And so once we go to the history in our country, we see in the end of 1950s, once in the election of the Kerala, so election commission in the coordination with the state government, they have come up with this model code of conduct concept. And but it was more or less existed in the other part of the globe, and the different that time democracies were also having this model code of conduct type campaign. But since 1991, very structured framework of the model code of conduct has been issued by the Honorable Election Commission of India, and it is the regular monitoring during the campaign period is being taken up. So all the political parties, we have the regular interface, we work in coordination, we have the meeting with the political parties at the RO level, state level also. So to ensure the model code of conduct, and their elections should be held in the free, fair manner, there should be no intimidation, and no hate speech. So to restrain the money power, muscle power, and it is backed by the law also. If anybody is going to violate the model code of conduct, then there are the certain legal provisions under which election commission and authorized election machinery to regulate the campaign during the different elections, either it is related to Lok Sabha or related to the assembly elections. So moreover, since we already have completed our comparative study of the different leading democracies in the world, and we found there are the very clear-cut legislation in the some countries where there is a traditional model code of conduct is also being followed in the different part. So it varies up to some extent, but the basic principle for the model code of conduct during the campaign period is to provide level playing field for all the political parties who are participating in the election, and to ensure that democratic election free, fair and transparent manner. So our thematic experts who already contributed a lot and their guidance, like from NEHU, this political science department, Professor Dev Verma is here. From law department, Sri Shishir Tiwari ji is here. And from ENIT, Mr. Diptendu Sinha Rai. Our legal expert is also from the High Courts, the practicing lawyer in the High Court, as well as one IIM professor. He is also associated with us. So we have, since Shillong being old seat of administration of this region, and so we are very much privileged with having the number of national level institutions stationed in the Shillong. So even not only our state, but other CEOs for their respective group, they requested us and the experts from the different national level institutions based in Shillong, sir, they are contributing to the different thematic group of the other northeastern states like Arunachal, Nagaland, etc., sir. So with these words, once again, I welcome all the participants from the districts, and especially my sincere gratitude to all the political parties who joined, who are participating, and we are very much eager to listen from their end how they think, and the three eminent political party representatives are expressing their thought and ideas in this August forum. So once again, I welcome you all, sir, especially the political party representatives, because they are the main stakeholders. In the simple language, we used to say, as sir is survey frame all those things in the better words. So like we are providing all the arrangement. We are like stage for the election we have to arrange. But the act, how it will be played, it will depend on the actors in the play. So those are the political party representatives. So their views and opinion is very, very valuable, especially for this workshop, which is very relevant topic. And it's not very much codified in our country. All the aspect is not in one place. We can't get, this is the booklet of specifically model code of conduct and these are the only rules. There is the consensus on the certain aspect, behavior and everything. So all political parties till time come forward to cooperate. And we have seen, especially in the state of Meghalaya, while we are going ready for this special intensive revision exercise, and which is the training phase is starting from tomorrow onward, and till 7th of October, when the final roll will be published, this process will be on. And there was one interesting part we would like to share with the other participants. Ki Meghalaya, at the time of this notification for third phase on the 14th of May, Meghalaya is only state not having a single BLA, booth level agent. And even election commission people are also sometimes feel their surprise how your political parties are very restrained and not appointing political party agents for the conduct of election at the ground level, and other even the SIR type exercise also. So either they are totally believe in your election machinery and they have no doubt over at any stage and they are fully cooperative, or they don't want to cooperate and totally ignore that. So I told, no sir, the second part is nowhere. It is our grassroots democracy, especially in the Meghalaya, is very, very strong, and that got the protection under the 6th schedule of constitution and this. So as Cyril has rightly pointed out, and he briefed about the different aspect. So political parties are very much, very proactively cooperate, and the support we are getting. As I got opportunity to work in election department during one Lok Sabha and one assembly election in the largest state of the country is UP during my deputation time. But we see the political parties cooperation level with the election machinery is really commendable. So we, on behalf of entire election team of Meghalaya, we are really grateful to the political parties for the cooperation and assistance they provide during any activity of election. So thank you so much to all the political parties and their up to their grassroots workers till the top leadership. So, and it gives a lot of support, courage, and we are not that much worried in respect to the violation of the model code of conduct till political parties are that way very, very cooperative. So once again, our sincere gratitude to all political parties, and once again, all the participants who are here and are joining from joining in hybrid mode through online from the different places, either from other state or district or in other places. So once again, I would like to thank all, including the IIIDEM, because this workshop is being organized as per their guidance, and we are fully ready for the, as our report also been submitted, but still this theme is ongoing, and wherever assigned any other responsibilities in respect to these aspects will be assigned to Team Meghalaya. Meghalaya team is always ready to take up all those challenges and to contribute as much as possible for this cause of the democratic value, tradition, and especially the electoral practices and themes are concerned. So once again, thank you all, and we are again expressing my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, sir, who always, we always feel like a guiding force, and time to time, sir, we keep on getting your guidance. So, and all the participants in this workshop, either physical or in online mode. So thank you. Khoble, Mitela, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Vande Mataram, Jai Loktantra.
Thank you, sir, for further enlightening us on the background and the purpose of today's international workshop. I would now like to invite Shri Dalton P. Marak, IPS, Inspector General of Police and State Nodal Officer, to deliver his speech.
Taking the position of second or third speaker makes my job easier. Most of the things have been already said, so I'll not bore you with my unnecessary words, so I'll try to make it very brief. Very good morning to everyone. Our respected chief guest, Sri Abar Karkor, IAS, our chief electoral officer, and his assistant, and all the other dignitaries, the participants from political parties, senior officers, and all the representatives from the institutions, and ladies and gentlemen. very good afternoon, and this is a privilege for me to say a few words on this important occasion of conducting this conference on Model Code of Conduct for election campaigns. Yeah. Voting and election is our special privilege for all the citizens, and we elect our own representatives and leaders who are our leaders for the 5 years. They decide our future. Therefore, it is so important that we conduct our elections in a proper and free and fair manner. India is recognized worldwide for conducting elections on extraordinary scale. And the success of this democratic exercise is not measured merely by the number of voters who participate, but by the confidence of citizens that electoral process is fair, peaceful, impartial. And the Model Code of Conduct serves as one of the most important mechanisms for preserving that confidence of the citizens. Model Code of Conduct is not merely the guidelines introduced by the ECI or the State District Council affairs. It is a moral and ethical framework that promotes a level playing field among political parties and candidates. It seeks to ensure that elections are conducted in a manner that upholds democratic values, respect the role of law, and strengthen public confidence in electoral process. Being from the police, let me just highlight a little bit about the part that we play. As police officers in the election process, we occupy a critical position in the implementation of Model Code of Conduct. Our responsibility is not to influence the electoral process, but to protect its integrity. Police act as neutral guardians of democracy, ensuring that every voter can exercise his or her franchise freely without fear, intimidation, coercion, or inducement. Firstly, our part is to maintain law and order throughout the election period. This includes preventing violence, managing public gatherings, regulating campaign activities, and ensuring peaceful conduct of polling and counting processes. Secondly, enforcing legal provisions relating to elections and supporting the Election Commission or Election Department in ensuring compliance with the Model Code of Conduct. Any violation involving intimidation, communal appeals, hate speech, bribery, or unlawful campaign activities must be dealt with promptly and impartially. Thirdly, what we as police need to do is protecting the vulnerable sections of society, creating an atmosphere where every citizen can participate confidently in the democratic process. Public trust in elections depend significantly on the perception of fairness and security. The Model Code of Conduct, as we all know, comes into effect right from the time the election is announced till the results are declared. I'm skipping the part of what the government and the political parties or citizens need to do. Just a few things I want to highlight. General conduct during the elections, as structured in the Model Code of Conduct. Parties and candidates must not incite hatred, aggravate communal linguistic differences, or appeal to caste for votes. Criticism of opponent is strictly limited to their policies, past records, programs. Attacks on the private lives of individuals are prohibited. Places of worship cannot be used to for campaigning elections. And meetings and processions, which also concerns police. It is important that organizers inform police authorities well in advance to arrange adequate security and ensure that there is peace and no clashes among the opponent parties. Today's electoral environment presents new and evolving challenges. The rapid growth of social media, digital campaigning, artificial intelligence, and data-driven political outreach has transformed electioneering. While these technologies provide great opportunities for our voters' engagement, they also create risks such as misinformation, disinformation, fake news, cyber threats, online manipulation, and rapid spread of inflammatory content. And this is a big challenge for law enforcement also every time we experience this. That is where all stakeholders need to conduct themselves more responsibly. In Meghalaya, we have always prided ourselves in conducting elections peacefully and professionally. This achievement is possible because of the cooperation among the election officials, security agencies, political parties, civil societies, and all the citizens themselves. However, we must continue to adapt to emerging challenges and strengthen our preparedness through training, use of technology, and coordinated action. Yeah. Before I conclude, I'd like to wish this conference success. And I would like to emphasize once again that the success of the model code of conduct ultimately depends on collective responsibility. Political parties, candidates, media institutions, government agencies, law enforcement authorities, and citizens all share the responsibility of preserving the sanctity of elections. And in conclusion, let us work together to ensure that every election remains free, fair, peaceful, inclusive, and reflective of the democratic aspirations of the people. Thank you. Jai Hind, Matela, Kuble.
Thank you, sir, for sharing with us the vital role of the police department that they play in the conduct of free and fair elections. To present the viewpoint of political stakeholders, we will now hear from our political party representatives. I invite Dr. David Khashandi, representing the National People's Party, to kindly say a few words.
Honorable Chief Guests, Ba Frederick Karkongor, Guest of Honor, Ba Cyril Dingdo, Chief Electoral Officer, Dr. Tiwari, officials of the Education Department, distinguished representatives of political parties, academicians, media persons, civil society representatives, students, and dear friends. A very good morning to you all. I stand here on behalf of the National People's Party with a deep sense of responsibility. This workshop on the Model Code of Conduct for Campaigns is not merely a formal program that we are gathering here this morning, but it is timely and necessary conversation that we need to have on the health of our democracy. Now, these elections are often described as festivals of democracy, but a festival has meaning only when it is celebrated with discipline, with dignity, and with respect. So elections become truly democratic only when they are conducted in a free, in a fair, in a peaceful, in a transparent and, more important, in an ethical manner. So this model code of conduct is not just a set of rules written on paper that we have heard speakers before me have shared, but it is, in fact, a moral boundary of the political life. Now, it reminds us here, each and every political party who's here, the candidates, the campaigners, the supporters, that while we may campaign for the votes, we must never damage the very dignity of our democracy. That's why in our state of Meghalaya, politics enters our village, it enters our localities, it enters our churches, it enters our markets, it enters our youth groups, it enters the women groups, and even in family discussions that we have every day. So a campaign message, let me share with you, it travels from one household to another. It travels from one WhatsApp group to another. It travels from one village meeting to another. That is why it is very much important for us to be responsible in our decisions. And I urge this to political parties in our state in even greater manner. That's why the National People's Party, in these 8 years that they are there in the government, they believe that elections must be fought with energy, but not with hatred. It must be fought with conviction, but at the same time, not with falsehood. It should be fought with criticisms that if we see all over social media, we can fight with criticisms, but not with personal insults. At the same time, we should fight with strategy, but we should avoid manipulation. Because at the end of the day, a vote secured by misleading the people of this very beautiful state is not victory. It is a wound to the very, understanding of the word we call democracy here. Election, campaigns, as we see, it has changed over the years dramatically. Earlier, political communications was mainly through public meetings, through posters, through banners, door-to-door visits, through pamphlets, and even through speeches. But today, campaigns are also fought through mobile phones. They are fought through social media, edited clips, artificial intelligence tools, and even the data-driven communications. Technology, I may say, it can help citizens understand the policies, no doubt, but at the same time, compare manifestos and even ask questions. But it can also be misused. You and me, we all know that fake news can travel faster than truth. A rumor can create social tension, which we have been experiencing. A fake video can damage a person's reputation. A misleading post can influence public opinion before it even arrives to that truth. So in a close-knit state like Meghalaya, misinformation can be especially harmful. When campaigns become careless with facts, the damage is not only electoral, it becomes social. It affects the relationships, it affects the communities, and more so, it affects public confidence. So our message from the NPP is therefore very clear. Political communication must be responsible. Freedom of speech is important, no doubt, but freedom must walk with responsibility. Criticism is part of democracy, but it must be based on facts. Opposition too is necessary, but opposition must not become hatred. So this model code of conduct, the campaign, it helps us to create a level playing field. We have understood, previous speakers have said. It tells the ruling party that power must not be misused. And they have quoted just now. It tells the opposition that freedom must not be abused. It tells the candidates that the ambition must not overrun ethics. And it assures the voters that their vote is protected. That's why we are here. Now, this model code of conduct should not be viewed merely as a restriction. It should be viewed as a democratic discipline. Just as road needs traffic rules, which we're experiencing before coming to this venue, election too needs campaign rules. And without rules, the powerful may dominate the weak. And without discipline, noise may replace debates. Without ethics, election may become a contest of fear, a contest of money, and a contest of falsehood. So I urge political parties that we must remember one fundamental truth. That is, the voter is not an object to be captured. The voter is citizens to be respected. Now, during the campaigns, we must speak about the real issues. Issues such as employment, education, the roads, the healthcare, the farmers, the youths, women, entrepreneurship, the environment, the connectivity, culture, and even governance. But we must be in a position to tell the people what we have done. If we have failed to do too, and what we intend to do. We must be honest enough to admit the challenges and brave enough to offer solutions. So a responsible campaign does not promise the impossible here. It does not exploit poverty, divide communities, provoke one group against another, or use religion, tribe, clan, language, or regions as weapons. A responsible campaign uplifts public debate. And on that note, Meghalaya deserves that standard. Now, money power is another concern out here. When elections become too expensive, democracy becomes unequal. Campaign expenditure monitoring is therefore essential to protect electoral, the fairness and the dignity of each and every public life. So out here I stand from the National People's Party to support strong, transparent, and political monitoring. Enforcement must also recognize Meghalaya's difficult terrain. The remote villages, the high travel costs, the communication challenges. It must be strict, clear, uniform, and fair at the same time. And the same rules applies to everyone. Now, on behalf of the National People's Party, I place before you 5 commitments before this gathering. First, we must commit to truth-based campaigns. Our speeches, Our posters, our social media posts, public statements must be grounded in facts. We must verify before we amplify. Second, we must commit to peaceful campaigning. Elections should not create fear. No voters, those who are listening online too, should feel threatened. No workers of any political party should be attacked. Democracy is strongest when every citizen can speak. Every citizen can campaign freely. And every vote is without fear. Now third, we must commit to issues-based politics. Let us debate policies. Let us debate on performances. Let us debate on governance. And let us debate on development. Let us criticize, no doubt, but let us criticize constructively. Fourthly, we must commit to respect for institutions, especially the Election Commission and the Chief Electoral Officer, the district election machinery, the observers, the police, and the polling officials. They carry a heavy responsibility too. So political parties, I take this opportunity that we must cooperate with them, not undermine them. And last, we must commit to digital responsibility. Every party must educate its workers and supporters not to spread fake news, hate speeches, manipulate videos, or inflammatory contents. A social media post may take hardly 10 seconds to forward, but it takes years and years to repair that damage it has caused. Friends, gathered here this morning, democracy is not protected only on polling day. It is protected in every speech. It is protected in every campaign meetings. It is protected in every slogan. It is protected in every poster. It is protected in every promise that we give. It is protected in every online messages and the conversation that we have with the voters. So this model code of conduct, this very morning, it reminds us that democracy is not merely about who wins power. It is about how power is sought. We must always remember that after the elections is over, we have seen elections after elections. But at the end of the day, we need to realize that we need to live together as one society, whether we like it or not. So in Meghalaya, our strength has been our community life, our respect for dialogue, and our sense of dignity that we have. So let this election campaign reflect those values. And I urge this very morning that let our politics be competitive, no doubt, but not poisonous. Let our campaigns be passionate, but at the same time not reckless. Let our democracy be noisy, but never hateful. I take this opportunity to appreciate the officer of the Chief Electoral Officer of Meghalaya for organizing this very important workshop. The theme itself chosen for today, ethical campaigning, campaign finance, digital campaigns, information integrity, enforcement, global cooperation. They are all not theoretical matters. They are practical issues that affects each and every election and each and every voter of the state of Meghalaya and the country as a whole. So from the National People's Party, I take this opportunity, and at the same time we reaffirm our commitment to the Constitution, to democratic values, to peaceful elections, and to the model code of conduct. We believe that political issues, political success, without moral responsibility, it's empty. And at the same time, we believe that leadership must be accountable. And we believe that voters deserve that respect, not manipulation. So I urge every citizen of this country, every member of the state of Meghalaya, that let us compete strongly, but let us compete fairly. Let us speak loudly, like many have spoke, but let us speak at the same time truthfully. Let us campaign passionately, but let us campaign responsibly too. Let us win votes, no doubt, because we are here for that, but never lose our values. So I conclude with this thought that an election is not only the test of parties, is not only the test of democracy itself. And democracy passes that test when power bows before principles, when ambitions, they respect the ethics, and when every voter, you and me, can say that my vote is safe and my democracy is alive. Thank you. Kublai Shibon, Metela, Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. David Khashandi, for sharing your views. I now invite the representative of Voice of the People Party, Dr. A.P. Srani, to kindly say a few words.
Thank you, Madam, for this opportunity. And a very good morning to one and all. Of course, first of all, to our Honorable Chief Guest of today's workshop, Mr. F.R. Kharkongor, then the Chief Organizer of this program, the CEO himself, Dr. B.D.S. Tiwari, other dignitaries who are on the dais, my dear friends, colleagues from different political parties and other organizations present here today. I consider this as an opportunity as well as a privilege to be part of this exercise of this international workshop on the Model Code of Conduct for Campaign. I will share a very brief thought today with regard to this program that we have been called for. Like the rest of the country, Meghalaya is not immune from the challenges of electoral politics. And today I'll try to be very brief and I'll try to be very specific. There are 3 M's that Meghalaya is facing with regard to the Model Code of Conduct. One is, the M number 1 is the money power. Number 2 is muscle power. And number 3 is the misuse of media. Sir, I would like to bring to your attention that from the party we have been raising this in various platforms, and let me bring to the notice of everyone that we have even gone to the court of law. We have filed a writ petition in the Honorable High Court of Meghalaya last year, with regard to these anomalies related to the MDC election, particularly in Jaintia Hills, where we have raised the issues related to boot capturing and boot rigging, vandalism of EVMs in 4 polling stations, to be very precise, like Wapung Skur A, Wapung Skur B, Batau A, and Batau B. We have raised this. Of course, the court has given its judgment. The case has been dismissed this year itself, in January 2026. However, we are not convinced. We are of the opinion that justice has not been served, and so therefore we have gone ahead with the appeal, and the matter is now in the division bench of the very same court. Sir, these are the issues that are related to the Model Code of Conduct, not exactly during the campaign, but even during the polling time, when the vote are being cast in the polling booths. So these are related issues, and we from the Voice of the People Party have been raising this, and as I've already mentioned, that the matter is even in the court of law. Now, what we would like to bring to the attention of this particular workshop is that, especially to the authorities concerned, either of the State Election Commission or the Election Commission of India, is that these issues, these malpractices are going on, especially in the Jaintia Hills region. I would like to bring to your notice, sir, that there is a practice there is an allegation, rather, I would say, in Jaintia Hills, where the villages, through the headmen, they used to collect epic cards before the elections. And there is an allegation in the area where there is the so-called Raishnong, where people don't have to come to the polling booth and vote, where the village will do on their behalf. These are allegations which are there on the ground, which we, as the party, have encountered, and we would like to bring to the notice of this workshop and everyone concerned. Sir, another issue that I would like to bring here is with regard to, of course, we are very clear that no schemes can be initiated or declared during the election campaign. However, the party in power, those who are in power especially, they will take the opportunity of bringing promises, declaring promises, though they are not declaring schemes, but they bring promises of development and other promises to the people during the campaign. That can be also be taken care of by the Model Code of Conduct, because such kind of promises also will affect the electioneering system in the election. So these are the issues that we would like to bring to the notice of everyone concerned here in this workshop for further deliberations and perhaps for redressal. Sir, from the party, we believe that we believe in the principles of clean politics. We stand for that, and we always go by that. And at the end of the day, we feel that mandate is not something that can be bought with money. Mandate should be earned. And so therefore, any practice, any mechanism that leads to the buying of votes is condemnable, and as the party, we stand against that. And so therefore, we would like to bring to your notice, sir, and everyone concerned today with regard to these issues related to electoral politics in the state of Meghalaya. With these few words, I conclude my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Airpeace Rani, for sharing your views with us. We will now like to felicitate the representatives of the political parties who are present here today. And so I request our chief guest, Shri Frederick Roy Kharkngor, IAS Principal Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, to kindly felicitate the representatives who are present here today. So I would like to call forward one representative from each party to kindly come forward, from the National People's Party, from the Voice of the People's Party, the United Democratic Party, Bharatiya Janata Party, the Indian National Congress, and the Hill State People's Democratic Party, those who are present here today, to kindly come forward for the felicitation. We request our chief guest to kindly felicitate the academic experts who are also present here today. Mr. Shishir Tiwari, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Northeastern Hill University. Professor K. Debarma, Department of Political Science, Northeastern Hill University. And Professor Diptendu Sinha Roy, Dean, Research and Consultancy, National Institute of Technology, Meghalaya. It is now my distinct honor to invite our chief guest, Shri Frederick Roy Kharkongor, IAS Principal Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, who also served as our former Chief Electoral Officer, to kindly grace the podium and deliver his speech.
A very good morning. Thank you, Narissa. The Chief Electoral Officer, Dr. BDR Tiwari, State Police Nodal Officer and IG, Mr. Dalton, Additional CEO, Banari Maulong, all the representatives of the political parties who are here, faculties from Northeastern Hill University and expert speakers, officers who have come from all the 12 districts, other key stakeholders, and ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, let me congratulate the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer for having organized this very important workshop as part of the Election Commission objective to ensure that there is wider dissemination, wider amplification of the objectives of the Model Code of Conduct. When Dr. Tiwari invited me here, my memories went back to the time when I was Chief Electoral Officer, and all the various challenges that we faced during right from 2016 to 2023 with conducting various by-elections, state assembly elections, parliamentary by-elections. I think we had conducted more than 20 elections, I think, during that period. And but what, in fact, what came in, what my memory struck out was one interaction with a group of young students at one of the, programs we had on voter awareness. And when a young student asked me as to how do you define the model code of conduct? So to define it in a simple way is difficult, but I asked the student, I said, have you traveled by flight? He said, yes, I have gone to Delhi and to Calcutta by flight. So I asked him, how was your experience? He said, yes, it was a good experience, but it was interesting for me that we all had to observe protocols. Whether we are 60 years old or whether we are 12 years old, whether it is a baby or whether it's an old man or whether it is a high dignitary or whether it is a student, we all have to observe the protocol. When we arrive at the airport, we have to ensure that we are there at least with sufficient time before we enter the aircraft. And when we are inside the aircraft, we all have to wear seat belts. And when we are in the plane, once the pilot and the stewardess say that we cannot get up while the plane is taking off, we all have to observe it. And while we land, we all have to sit still. We can't suddenly get up and take our luggages. We all have to observe protocol, whether we are young or old, whether we're a student or whether we're a dignitary or whether we're a minister. We all have to observe protocols. Seat belts have to be worn. We have to ensure that we sit still when the plane lands. We have to ensure protocols. The model code of conduct is like that. It applies to everyone. Protocols have to be maintained by one and all. Once we board the flight, we have to ensure that the rules are maintained. No one can break that protocol. Even if you're the president or the prime minister or you are just a student, all of them have to observe that protocol because that protocol is meant for everyone. So it is basically the very essence of the word model code of conduct means to ensure a model playing field. Now we know that World Cup fever is on. We are all watching football games, some of us who can stay up late. And we know that the referee is the person who can pull out the yellow card and give a warning, who can pull out the red card if there's a foul, and who can even send off the player from the field if there is violation. So in the similar way, the Election Commission and the rules of the Model Code of Conduct are like that referee to ensure that when the teams play on the field, that there is level playing field. There cannot be any preferential treatment. The referee cannot look the other way when there is an infringement or when there is a foul. He cannot allow a goal if there is an offside. If there's an offside, he will not be able to allow that goal. Just the other day, there was a game between Argentina and Algeria, and the great Lionel Messi, the GOAT, the greatest of all time. He scored a goal, but it was declared an offside goal. Now, he cannot be allowed to say that it is a goal just because I'm Messi. So in the same way, the Model Code of Conduct, in spirit at least, it should represent that. In spirit, it should be fair and it should be equal, and it should represent the level playing field. I know that challenges are there. It is easy to say that there is level playing field everywhere. I have conducted elections along with my team. The district officials have conducted elections. You will be conducting elections. You have conducted elections. Our friends from the political parties are there. They have been campaigning. They have been contesting. Some of them have been parties in opposition. Some of them are parties in power. They understand very distinctly all the realities that are there. In spirit, we all believe that there should be level playing field. But however, we believe that the rules should apply to only the other side. It should not apply to us. That is the reality. So, however, we have to keep on having these programs so that we can deal with the various challenges as far as possible, to the extent possible, from Election Commission, from the district machinery, from the political parties. They will all try to find ways and means to ensure that there's a level playing field. But I know that in reality, on the ground, it is very difficult. And another point is that the new challenges, one of our speakers talked about the 3 M's, misinformation, muscle, and money power. Well, in Meghalaya, fortunately, muscle power is not so much a factor, thankfully, because of the civilized, and because of the civility and because of the decorum that is largely there in the behavior of our people and in the courtesies that are there. But money and misinformation is an emerging challenge that is there. And how do we tackle that? Well, yesterday I was attending a program on the criminal laws, the launch of the criminal laws. Mr. Dalton was there with us in that program. And one of the solutions, one of the spirits that seeks to address and to ensure that criminal laws are made effective is the T3. Now, again, when I talk about T3, I don't mean the terminal T3 in Delhi airport. What I mean by T3 is basically timelines plus technology will bring about trust. So if we are able, if the chief electoral officer and his team can respond to various grievances within timelines, because no point if you take action after the election is over. But while the heat of the moment, if there is a complaint, if you can take action, send the model code of conduct teams, make enforcements within particular time, then it is effective. So timeline is very important, and technology. Now we have the benefit of technology. We were just talking about C-Vigil. Election Commission had launched an app called C-Vigil, which empowers the citizen to upload videos, upload pictures, if they, and also political parties, citizens. So this C-Vigil is there. They can upload pictures, videos, and it will have a timestamp. And the teams and the MCC teams should have to respond. So technology. So timeline plus technology will ensure trust. So that is the new philosophy of T3 that we call. If we are able to combine timelines and technology, then we'll bring about greater trust. It is difficult all the time. I'm sure that because of connectivity issues, because maybe sometimes the model code of conduct teams are not present everywhere, it will be a challenge. But if 2-3 such swift action is taken, 2-3 numbers of swift action is taken, it will at least bring about trust in the institution of the CEO, in the institution of the Election Commission. It will bring about trust. It will also prove to be a deterrent that yes, there are eyes and ears that are watching, and there are and there is a genuine intent to ensure that there is a level playing field. Another point that we need to address is that when we talk about elections or any other thing, there is the 3 F's: funds, functions, and functionaries. Now, there is always a complaint about funding, and there's always a complaint about about the functionaries, whether they are behaving in an objective manner or not, and whether the funds are being deployed in such a way that it is leading to a bias. So the 3 F's, I urge the chief electoral officer and his team to look very closely at funds, functions, and functionaries once election code is announced. Of course, because the model code of conduct, it is only effective within that period of MCC, which is before the polls start in that window. And so you have to ensure that funds, functions, and and functionaries are that there is cooperation, there's consensus amongst all to ensure that there is understanding of ensuring that a level playing field will be ensured at the grassroots. Well, now when I was CEO, this whole digital challenge was emerging. It was not there to that extent, but it was it was emerging. But now, of course, it's full scale. I mean, the misinformation, the disinformation, the hate speeches, the cyber threats, the online manipulation, the unregulated digital campaigning, all that is deep fakes, all that is, is across the board now. So this is also a new challenge. In those days, when I was CEO, there was only one officer at the Election Commission in Delhi, and only he had the power to take down tweets and to take down posts and to take down, all the, inflammatory material. So I don't know whether now at the state level you have an officer who can also liaison with all these digital, giants and take down tweets. I remember there was a misleading tweet during our time, and we had to reach out to Delhi, and then the response also was not very swift, because they in turn had to talk to their counterpart in Delhi, and he had to get approval from his counterpart in the United States, because all these platforms are based in the US. So I think now maybe the mechanism may be swifter, but during those days when it was still emerging, it was quite a challenge for us. Apart from that, some of the speakers before had also mentioned that we should ensure that the level of toxicity, politics should be competitive. After all, many parties are jostling to ensure that they are in power. So there is huge competition to ensure that, to present before the people that they are the parties that will bring about development, that will lead the state. And that is healthy, that is democracy. And it is fully within their right to ensure that they champion their different perspectives, to give the option to the people to select the best formation. But at the same time, it can be done, as one of our speakers said, with dignity. It can be done with dignity, without toxicity. Thankfully, that toxicity is not so much in Meghalaya as it is in other states. But wherever there is, the tendency for that toxicity to rise, I think the CEO can always engage with the political parties, can always discuss with them, and most of our political parties and most of our leaders are very mature and civilized leaders. We are thankful for that, and most of the time that toxicity doesn't exceed more than what is acceptable, because the society itself is against that kind of toxic element. One interesting statement I think made by one of the speakers, Mr. David, was that verify before you amplify. So I think that is a very useful statement for the election machinery also, that one must verify before we amplify, because we have to ensure that we check the facts. Sometimes emotions and sentiments drive many things, but we have to ensure that we verify, and then only we can amplify. So that applies to the election machinery as well. Apart from that, the themes that you have touched, preserving electoral integrity, emerging challenges in election campaigns, need for institutional strengthening, collaborative approaches, I think, is very important, because the election machinery alone cannot bring about change. The political parties, the election machinery, the community, the police, the NGOs, the academics, they all play a part. In fact, if you go back to the origin of the Model Code of Conduct, it started in Kerala in the 1960s. In the 1960s, Model Code of Conduct started as a consensus-based approach. Everyone came together and they said, let us agree to certain rules together. Right? It did not come out as a rule from the government, but it came out of an understanding. It was born out of understanding between the political parties and the administration. And they all agreed to a set code of principles. And then this was further institutionalized in the 1990s. It was institutionalized, and then some rules were brought into place. Some agreed fundamentals were brought about, and so this started out of a collaborative approach. So it is only through this consensus and collaborative approach that the model code of conduct will be effective. It will not be effective only if it is enforced, but it will be enforceable if there is an inclusive understanding that yes, we agree to certain broad principles, that there are certain boundaries that we cannot cross, or in Hindi they say Lakshman Rekha. There are certain Lakshman Rekhas that we cannot cross. So there are certain boundaries within which we have to play. In a game also we have to play within a fixed set of rules, within a boundary. So this collaborative approach is also very important. If you turn your gaze to Mizoram, in Mizoram there is the common platform. There, my colleague who was CEO, he said, I never have to enforce model code of conduct because from the community itself, they have what is known as common platform. So all the political parties, they agree to campaign and to debate on a common platform. So there is a common platform approach in Mizoram. So that is a very beautiful experiment that has taken shape, and that has been brought down through a consensus approach between the community and the authorities. And that's why in Mizoram you hardly hear of any violation of model code of conduct, or the CEO doesn't have to do much to enforce model code of conduct because there is that broad consensus about common platform in Mizoram. So those have been born out of this consensus approach. Then another aspect, which is promoting innovation, ethical campaigning. This workshop that you are having now is part of that process. And I appreciate the CEO and his team for having invited political parties, academics, the election authorities, various civil society organizations, because it is out of this discussion, out of this sharing of ideas, or another word in Hindi, manthan, no? Out of this manthan, that something can be born which is fruitful and which is a part of dialogue sharing. Another aspect that I would like to highlight is that as we go into the elections, there must be increasing conversations and dialogues with these stakeholders. And there must be a big focus on perception management, because model code of conduct is all about perception also. If they feel that the authorities are not selective, that they are fair, then there is greater trust. So managing of that perception is very important. You must not only implement the law, but you must be seen to be implementing the law. It must be felt. It must be seen. It must be, part of a process where the citizen feels that if I go to the authorities, if I look to the political parties, they will maintain decorum. They will maintain, they will adhere to the agreed principles. So it's not only about the existing of the law, but the feeling that I feel that the law is fair and it is not selective. So perception management is also very important, right from the point of view of the election authorities, along with the cooperation of the political parties, and also together with with all the stakeholders. So the perception that yes, it is an equal law, it is not a selective law. So perception management is also very important. And tied to that is voter awareness. And we must be very careful, because we are living in an era where the young are very much exposed, the young people, digitally exposed. They are aware of many issues. They are thinking of so many issues. They are alive to many issues. So the challenges are there. As a parent, I'm the parent of teenagers, and many of the times the questions that they ask me, I'm not able to answer because they know more of the answers than I do. Why? So in the same way, the younger lot have so many of the answers because they are more exposed to so much input, so much knowledge. And it is a challenge for the election authorities to be ahead of it, to be ahead of the curve. Sometimes, as they say, I'm using another metaphor from sports. When a curveball is thrown, how do you deal with it? So these are some of the challenges that are there. And all I can say is that also I urge the CEO and his team to engage with the young people. A lot of ideas come from them. A lot of fresh perspectives come from them. They will also be able to share with you some very, some very interesting, ideas. In fact, this electoral literacy campaign, ELC, which we have in the Election Commission, came about after discussing with the institutions. They said that we need to engage with the young people more, and we need to have more campaigns in the institutions. So that's why the ELC came about. So through the institutions of the young people, the communities, the Seng Samlas, which you have in the various localities, the youth groups, all these issues can be discussed so that there is a wider and a greater sense of what is being taught and what is being amplified through the Model Code of Conduct. So these are just a few thoughts that I have at this point of time. Many of the previous speakers have dwelt at length on the legal perspective. They have dwelt at length on the moral perspective. They have focused on the practical challenges. So I will not focus on those things. So I'm thankful to the CEO for giving me this platform, for sharing a few thoughts. I have not come with any structured speech, but just a sharing of a few thoughts with all of you as we go into the next cycle of elections. And I wish the CEO and his team and all the political parties and all the stakeholders who are here, the election authorities, all the very best. And like in the past, Meghalaya has been known as a state that has upheld electoral integrity to the extent possible. I hope and I trust that in the coming elections also, the same spirit will drive forward in the spirit of T3, technology, timelines, which will bring about trust. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for once again highlighting and simplifying the role of the Model Code of Conduct, especially for the students and some of the lay people like me who are here present today. And for also to reiterating once again the importance of the level playing field across parameters in elections. I would now like to call upon Shri Banari Maulong, IAS, the Additional Chief Electoral Officer, Meghalaya, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Narissa. I would like to propose the vote of thanks as we come to the conclusion of this inaugural session. In fact, that job was just thrust to me just like a few seconds back. Anyway, first of all, I'd like to thank our chief guest, Sri Frederick Roy Kharkongor, IAS, who is Principal Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, who is also ex-CEO. As you can hear from his speech, he's got a vast experience that we always look back to his work, which has laid the groundwork for all of us, makes our work easier. And he had a very strong connection with the Election Commission of India also. Whenever we go there, we always see, his the work which he has laid down for all of us as a state. In fact, the state of Meghalaya has been put on the electoral map because of a lot of work which Sir has done. I'd also like to thank Sir Cyril V. Dingdo, IAS and Commission Secretary of DCA. After his speech, he had to leave because he's got other engagements. I'd like to thank our State Nodal Police Officer, Sri Dalton P. Marak, IPS. He's also always plays a very active role whenever elections are there. He's always there with us, working with us, and his entire police team, police machinery is always there, right up to the grassroots level, up to the districts. And I'd like to thank also the political parties who are here, who are able to share their thoughts with us. Dr. David Kharshandi from the NPP, Dr. Erpiz Rani from the VPP, And in fact, Tito's Khan, he had to leave because he's got some other program. In fact, he was also ready to give a speech to us. And in fact, our Chief Secretary, who's supposed to be with us, Dr. Shakil P. Ahmed, I'd just like to give a word of thanks even for him, because in spirit, he was there. He is always supporting us, always has our back. In fact, yesterday evening, I heard our CEO trying to talk to him, but then, of course, he's not able to spare his time. And last but not the least, among the dignitaries, I'd like to also thank our host, our Chief Electoral Officer, Dr. Bidya Tiwari, who's spearheaded this entire program. And in fact, I'd like to also congratulate him for the thematic work done by him and his team in the Model Code of Conduct, which has been presented before the Election Commission of India. When they were doing all this work, I had not yet rejoined as additional CEO. I was still in the district. And when I came back, I heard that this was done. In fact, just yesterday, we came back from IIIDEM, Election Commission, and we hear a lot of good work which is done by many of these state teams, including our state of Meghalaya. And of course, I'd like to thank all of you who are present here, right from the district officers, from the different institutions, the academic institutions, the legal institutions, police, and any other whom I may not be aware of, but then I know that you're here, including the media. I'd like to thank all of you, and I'd also like to thank this institution here, the Taraghar, and their host, JD, who was able to spare this place for us. Because sometimes when we hold events like this, it's quite difficult to actually run around and find a convenient place. And this place is very convenient. It's quite new and perfect for a setting like this. So with that, I'd like to once again thank everyone for being here. And we'll not have tea break as has been printed in the schedule, since tea has been served to all of you at where you're sitting. But what we'll do is we'll just have a 5-minute bio break. That'll be, closure to the inaugural session also before we start the technical session. So we'll have a very brief break, and let us reconvene here in this hall at exactly 12. Thank you so much.
Can I have your attention? There are 2 short announcements I would like to make before we take this short break. Firstly is that a questionnaire in the Google Sheet link will be shared to all the participants, both virtually and physically. So kindly take a few minutes to fill up the feedback regarding this workshop on the Model Code of Conduct. And we request all the participants to kindly collect their certificates at the end of the workshop. And now I formally hand over the proceedings of the technical sessions to our moderator, Shri Banari Maulong, IAS Additional Chief Electoral Officer. Thank you.
So a brief announcement before we begin. Slight change in the program. You must have heard it was announced in the morning that we'll be having the track 1, then Q&A, then track 2, Q&A, track 3, Q&A, then track 4, Q&A, and then the general interaction. But for paucity of time and for us to save time, what we'll do is we'll go one by one, track 1, track 2, track 3, track 4, and whatever questions you may be having for the speakers, please reserve them with you. And at the end of all the 4 speakers, then we'll take up the Q&A session. What we would do to make it more systematic, we'll collect all your questions. If you can just write them down in pieces of paper and put the question and the name of the questioner in that piece of paper and hand it over to Jeff. He's the one who's coordinating this entire program, the one who's there walking towards the front. You give your questions to him. Why we're doing this is because sometimes some questions become repetitive, then he can filter. If there are any repetitions, then you can avoid those questions. We can combine. Or if 2-3 questions are common, we can club them together, common related questions. So it'll be more systematic. We will not break for lunch. We will have lunch till the entire technical session is over. Don't worry. Tea will be flowing, so we can have second, third round of tea also. It's okay. We'll not leave you hungry. That way also it'll again save time, because once we go for lunch break, then we will loiter around and we have to call you all back in. So let's be done with the technical session, and then after that we can break for lunch, and then we can disperse. So let us start straight away without further delay. I'd like to start with track 1, beginning with this beginning of this technical session. We have He's an assistant professor at the Department of Law at Northeastern Hill University, NEHU. Prior to joining NEHU, he was a legal consultant at the South Asian Regional Delegation of the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC. His areas of research interest include international law, cooperative law, comparative law, international environmental law, and currently he's teaching public international law and information technology law to undergraduate students, and international environmental law to postgraduate students at NEHU. Mr. Tiwari has 1 book and 15 research articles to his credit under the MHRD UGC EPG Pathshala project, a project to develop e-content in 71 subjects. At the postgraduate level, he has contributed a module to the International Human Rights Law paper of the law subject. Mr. Tiwari is a member of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law. He's also a core committee member of the Meghalaya chapter of the Indian National Trust for Art and Culture Heritage, INTAC. Today, he's going to cover the topic Foundations and Legal Frameworks of Ethical Election Campaigning. Please put together your hands as we welcome Mr. Shishir Tiwari, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, NEHU. Mr. Tiwari, you have 15 minutes for your session, and now the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to all of you present here. Thank you very much for inviting me to share my views. I will speak on the foundation and legal framework of ethical election campaigns. Basically, in this presentation, I will primarily focus on Indian situation, what is the law which deals with the ethical election campaign in India. So we can start now. Now, we are talking about the election campaign. In a democracy, we know that elections are very important. without election, democracy is having no meaning. And in democracy, and in election, uh, the election campaign, they are also very much important. Because if the campaign during election, if they, if it is not free and fair, uh, it will have a detrimental impact on the whole election process, and ultimately it will make an adverse impact on the democracy as such. Now, regulation of election campaign is very much required because, as earlier speakers have told in the first session, that it provides, basically it uh, provides a fair, you can say the equal playground to play, and basically it is also required to tackle the corrupt practices, which might have a detrimental impact on the whole election process. Now, when we are talking about the model of election campaign regulation, if you look at the laws of various countries, how the laws are regulating election campaign all over the world, basically you'll find that there are two types of model. One is the soft law, which is voluntary consensus based ethical code, and the other one is the hard law, means the statutory law. So there are two different models. So there are some countries who are following the consensus based model, which is also called as soft law, and apart from that, there are some countries who are following the hard law model, basically the statutory law. And in between, there is another, you can say, model is also there, which is hybrid in nature. For example, let me tell you, if you talk about India, in India, basically, we are following, if you look at carefully, we are following the consensus-based model to regulate election campaign. However, if you look at South Africa, in South Africa, they are following the hard law model. Basically, they are having the statute which deals with the election campaign in the form of which is known as Electoral Act of 1998. Now, in between, there is a hybrid model. For example, UK. In UK, they are having the consensus-based model as well. Apart from that, they're also having the statutes as well. For example, the campaign, you can say, for this campaign spending, or you can say donation transparency, all these matters are dealt with the help of laws, whereas the media access, and you can say that media access, this particular part or the behavioral aspect of election regulation of election campaign is dealt, it is based on the consensus based model. Now, okay, come next slide. Now coming to the Indian situation, how campaigns are regulated in election campaigns are regulated in India. As I have told you that in India, basically we are following the consensus-based model, and in India, campaigns are regulated with the help of Model Code of Conduct. And I think most of you know that the MCC, basically it was firstly introduced in 1960 in Kerala election, and then it was once again used for the very first time in Lok Sabha election in 1962. Since then, we are following this Model Code of Conduct, and the India's Model Code of Conduct is unique. Why? Because, as I have told you, that it is based on the consensus-based model. But if you look at the reality, and if you look at the practical scenario, you'll find that the provisions of MCC are being complemented with the help of the laws which are in existence in India. So the point here is that India's Model Code of Conduct is a premier global example of an evolutionary bridge between political consensus and statutory law. Now, for the next. Now, come to the basis of Model Code of Conduct. How, on what basis MCC has come into existence? So we have to understand the basis of the MCC in India. Now, the MCC is having a basis under Article 324 of the Indian Constitution, which basically gives the power in the hand of Election Commission of India to supervise, to direct, and to control the election. So Article 324 is very wide in nature, it is very comprehensive in nature. And as mentioned in one case, which I have mentioned here in the MS Gill case, in that case, it has been pointed out, Supreme Court of India, that this Article 324 it acts as a plenary reservoir of power. And ECI basically is using that article to, you can say, to ensure free and fair election by using the Model Code of Conduct. Now, the same point was once again emphasized in those two cases which I have mentioned, and then in the latest case of year 2013, in S. Subramaniam Balaji case, in that case, once again, the Supreme Court has pointed out that ECI can issue order in pursuance of MCC, and that is very much, you can say that ECI can do that thing because of the Article 324 of the Indian Constitution. Next. Now, come to the key provisions of the Model Code of Conduct, the MCC. Now, we can see the key provisions on the slide. Now, I have pointed out the key provisions of the MCC. Now, if you look at that on the point of general conduct, criticism of political parties must be limited to their policies, programs, past record and work, and the following activities have been prohibited. Using caste and communal feelings to secure votes, criticizing candidates on the basis of unverified reports, bribing or intimidation of voters. Next. Now, come to the point of how MCC is dealing with the meetings during election time. Now, the parties must inform the local police authorities of the venue and time, and on the point of procession, if two or more candidates plan procession along the same route, organizers must establish contact in advance to ensure that the procession do not clash. Carrying and burning effigies representing members of other political party is also not allowed as per the MCC. Next. Now, under MCC, what parties in power are supposed to do, okay, during election campaign. Now, the parties in power are having more responsibility under MCC. They are having more duties under MCC. Why? Because they are in power. They are on authoritative position. So keeping that thing in mind, if you look at the MCC, it imposes number of obligation on the part of the parties in power. And those, the points which I have mentioned here, which have been mentioned in the MCC. The ministers must not combine official visit with the election work. The ruling party must avoid advertising at the cost of public exchequer. Ministers and other authorities must not announce any financial grants or promise any construction of roads, provision of drinking water, etc. All parties candidates should have equitable access to public spaces and rest houses. Ministers and authorities shall not lay foundation stones, etc., of new projects or schemes. No holding advertisement at the cost of public exchequer. So all these responsibilities have been mentioned under the MCC. Next. Now, regarding the use of vehicles, MCC is having number of provisions. For example, each contesting candidate will be permitted only 3 vehicles on the poll day. No limit for own vehicles, which a candidate may use for the electionary purpose. Vehicles deployed by a candidate for election campaign should not be requisitioned by the district administration. Now, on the point of star campaigner, MCC also points out certain things. Star campaigner, you might be knowing that thing that under the RPA Act, it talks about the star campaigner, and now under the MCC, so a registered party can have 40 number of star campaigner, whereas unregistered parties can have 20 number of star campaigner. Now, as per MCC, if any star campaigner is issued, is issued notice for MCC, notice will also be issued to the political party concerned. The political party is supposed to brief its star campaigner to ensure compliance with the MCC. The campaign of star campaigner is to be meticulously checked by the CEO, DEO, RO, and the observer. And one more thing, as per the MCC, the money which will be spent by the star campaigner, that will not go in the expenditure incurred by the candidate. It will go in the account of the concerned political party. Next. Now, these are some provisions with regard to the use of public property for electioneering under the MCC. Use of parks, playground should be on an equitable basis. Grounds of school and colleges are permitted only in areas where alternative public grounds are not available. Use of space in public properties for wall writing, displaying election all these things are prohibited. State transport buses, government-owned vehicles shall not be used for political advertisement. All these things have been prohibited under MCC. Next. Now, these are some provisions with regard to temporary campaign office of political parties under the MCC. Now, it points out certain things have been pointed out under the MCC, that the temporary campaign office not to be set up in enclosed property. They should not be opened in a religious place. They should not be in place contiguous to any hospital, educational, institutional. They should not be within the 200 meters of an existing polling station. So all these things have been mentioned with regard to the temporary campaign office in the MCC. Next. Now come to the point of election manifesto. Now that is somewhat debatable nowadays, but the point here is that if you look at the MCC, now and so this particular portion should be read in conjointly with the Supreme Court judgment in the S. You can say S. Subramaniam Balaji case. Now, as per the MCC, it promise, or as per the Supreme Court as well, that the promises in election manifestos are not a corrupt practice. Election manifesto shall not contain anything repugnant to the ideals and principles of the Constitution. Manifesto should reflect the rationale for the promises and indicate the means to meet the financial requirement. So all these things have been mentioned in the MCC. And in the S. Subramaniam Balaji case, the Supreme Court has pointed out that if a political party is making promise under the election manifesto, that will not be treated as bribe under the RPA Act. Next. Now the period of enforcement, you know very well that the MCC comes into operation with immediate effect on the announcement of election scheduled by the ECI, and it remains enforceable until the election process is complete. Next. Now, come to the legal status of the MCC. Now, so that is the main portion of my presentation. The point here is we have discussed that the MCC is based on the based on the consensus model, and this MCC is not enforceable by law. It is based on the consensus model, and it is not enforceable by law. However, the certain provisions of the MCC, they are having corresponding provisions under the BNS 2023, as well as the BNSS 2003 and the RPA Act of 1951. So the point here is that although MCC is not legally enforceable, but there are a number of provisions under MCC, and those provisions have been, we can say, covered under the respective criminal laws. For example, BNS, which was earlier it was IPC, and under the RPA Act of 1951. So you can look at all these things which have been mentioned under MCC, and all those things have been criminalized under the BNS as well as under the RPA Act of 1951. For example, if you look at the point number 1, indolence in any activity which may aggravate existing offenses, existing differences, or create mutual hatred or cause tension between different castes and communities, that is an offense under section 123 3A of RPA of 1951. So that has been mentioned in the MCC, and it is also has been criminalized under the section 223 of the RPA of 1951. Apart from that, appeal to caste or communal feeling for securing vote, that has been criminalized under section 123 and 125 of the RPA of 1951. Apart from that, bribery to voters that has been put under the MCC, and that is an offense under 123 of the RPA and under section 170 of the BNS. Similarly, intimidation of voter that has been put under MCC, and that is an offense under section 135A C of the RPA. Similarly, impersonation of voter is prohibited under the MCC, and that is an offense under section 172 of the BNS of 2023. Similarly, the canvassing within 100 meters of police station that has been put under the MCC, and that has been criminalized under 130 of the RPA of 1951. Further. Now, look at all these points. All these things have been mentioned, have been covered MCC, and the same things have been criminalized under the respective legislation. For example, holding a public meeting during a period of 48 hours. Now, ending within the hours fixed for the close of call, that is an offense under 1261 of the RPA. Similarly, transport and conveyance of voters to and from voting polling station, that has been covered, that has been put under the MCC, and that has been criminalized under the 125 and 133 of the RPA. Similarly, creating obstruction in the meeting of the other political party, that has been prohibited under the MCC, and that has been criminalized under section 127 of the RPA. Similarly, serving liquor on the polling day, that has been criminalized under 135 of the RPA of 1951. So my point is simple, that although MCC is consensual in nature, but there are a number of things which have been covered MCC, and those things have been criminalized under the BNS and under the RPA of 1951. Next. Now, look at the next point. The point here is that any person or political party having a grievance in relation to any of the above malpractices may take legal recourse under relevant laws mentioned above. Now, apart from that if a political party or if a candidate in election is basically violating the provisions of MCC, now in that case, ECI is also empowered under paragraph 16A of the election symbols of an order of 1968 to either suspend or withdraw a party's recognition after giving it reasonable opportunity. Next. Now, the last two points are very much important. Now, because nowadays everyone is talking about the use of social media and use of you can say artificial intelligence in election process during election campaign. Now, on those 2 points also, the ECI has issued guidelines and issued advisory. Now, on the point of social media, here are the points. The point number here is that all contesting candidates must furnish detail of their authentic social media account at time of filing nomination. And apart from that, whatever money is being spent by the political parties or the candidate in social media campaign, now that will be come under the category of the expenditure, you can say, done by the political party or candidate during the election campaign process. Now, next point here is, come to the point how here is artificial intelligence. Now, nowadays, the use of AI is being used very frequently or at large scale during election process, during election campaign. Now, at the world level, if you look at what is happening here under international standards, 3 core principles have emerged. Number 1 here is labeling, disclosure. Number 2 here is takedown, and number 3 here is accountability. Keeping that thing in mind, in the year 2025, on 24th of October, the ECI has issued an advisory, and as per that advisory, all political parties and candidates, they have to ensure 3 things. First of all, if they are creating, you can say, synthetic content, or the artificial, if they are using the artificial intelligence to create an image or the video or the audio, now in that case, first of all, they have to, you can say, they have to be accountable for that. They have to point out very clearly that it belongs to them. Apart from that, the political parties or candidate, what they have to do, they are supposed to, you can say, the 10% of the video or the image should visibly display that it is it is an artificial, it is a synthetic content made by the use of artificial intelligence. And apart from that, if that video or the audio or the image is unlawful or if is misleading, in that case the political parties or the candidates are having responsibility to take it down within 3 hours after it is notified to them. Come next point. Last point. Summing up. So the point here is that MCC during election campaign is a vital instrument to ensure free, fair, and impartial and successful election, and the countries need a robust or comprehensive legal framework to deter and counter corruption. And in India, although MCC lacks independent penal provisions, however, the ECI in India has achieved statutory enforcement by mapping behavioral violations directly to pre-existing laws. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shishir Tiwari, for a very insightful and crisp presentation on MCC, the foundations and legal frameworks of election campaigning, ethical election campaigning. Normally, when we give training on MCC, it takes at least 50 minutes because it's very elaborate, and I wouldn't really sum up because he's already summed up there. But the takeaway is that MCC actually is not really bound by law. It is not a law, it is a code. But then the code, all the points, all the salient features of the code are all extracted from different acts and rules. Thank you so much once again. And our next speaker is actually supposed to be Dr. Kamaljit Chiram, but I'll ask you to just keep on hold because I'd like to call, in fact, now Mr. Diptendu Sinha Roy. He has to rush off because the after tomorrow we are conducting the NEET exam under the NTA, and both him and we are involved in this. That's why you must have seen me darting out of the room all the time because I'm trying to coordinate things. I just came to know just a few days back that I have to do this, and IT has got the experience on this. He has to go and run and set up things, and after that I'll have to come and follow him. So we will exchange the session. So Dr. Kamaljit Chiram, you can speak in his session, so he will speak now. So coming to the topic which he will speak on, it is under track 4. Just a brief introduction about Mr. Roy. Professor Diptendu Sinha Roy is a senior academic and researcher, currently a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering and Dean Research and Consultancy at the National Institute of Technology, or NIT, Meghalaya, based in Sora, an institute of national importance. He has earned a PhD in engineering in 2010 and has contributed significantly to computing and communication technologies. His research spans Internet of Things, next generation networks, edge fog computing, smart city infrastructure, and intelligent systems. He has authored over 250 publications, including books, high-impact scientific journals, and conference papers, with 3,600 plus citations and an H-index above 30. As Dean, he promotes interdisciplinary research, secures project funding, and fosters national and international collaborations. He has supervised sponsored projects on edge-enabled smart city systems, IoT, Internet of Things, service architectures, and next-generation communication frameworks, among others. A senior member of IIIE and ACM, he continues to mentor students and lead research initiatives. Recognized for academic excellence, he received a travel grant from the French Embassy in India 2022 to collaborate at the LIP, Laboratoire École Normale Supérieure Lyon. Professor Roy was listed among the top 2% researchers worldwide in 2025 by Stanford University. Professor Diptendu Sinha Roy is now going to lead the conversation on emerging challenges and global cooperation. Election campaigning, as we know, has evolved rapidly with the expansion of digital communication, social media, artificial intelligence, and data-driven political outreach. While these developments have improved voter engagement, they have also introduced challenges such as misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, cyber threats, and misuse of state resources, online manipulation, and unregulated digital campaigning. We've heard that in the inaugural session also. Many were speaking about that. And so now so electoral institutions worldwide are now increasingly required to adapt to these regulatory and enforcement mechanisms to address these emerging issues. So now the track 4 topic is emerging challenges and global cooperation. And I'd like to call upon Professor Diptendu Sinha Roy. The floor is yours. You have 15 minutes and kindly try to stick to your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maulong, for the kind introduction. It was very comprehensive, if I can get my slides. So, building on, as Professor Tiwari has already introduced, the legal framework and the foundations of Model Code of Conduct, I'll be speaking on the global challenges, particularly which are brought, as Professor Tiwari already pointed out, with the advent and abrupt use of artificial intelligence and this pet snakes that we have, all of us, the mobiles, which gives us a lot of power, but also brings this potential pitfalls. So, could I get my slides, please? Yes. So, you can come to the next slide. So, just what I will do is that based on the detailed report which was prepared by the CEO team Meghalaya as part of our report which we prepared for the international idea work. So I have summarized the points which I'll showcase, but I'll follow the trail of our chief guest morning, because he was speaking of rules being set. So if MCC is the set of rules for this game of elections and campaign management, and FIFA being the body which manages football, similarly ECI being the body who controls all of them. So we'll just see some of the few cases, I mean not the exact cases, but some of the areas which can create problems in terms of the challenges brought in by AI and use of mobile and digital technologies at large. Also, as the topic suggests, we'll also speak about not just the challenges, but also how ways and means that these very important challenges, how they can be addressed. So it's just like in a game of football. You can think of it as a very, it's like a fight, proper fight. How could I say? A cat fight, if you know what it means, they are really nasty if you have seen cats fight. So fortunately in Meghalaya, what all the speakers in the morning also told you, it's not like that, but in other parts, they're really nasty. So small, rather sometimes also inadvertent misinformation might lead to grave consequences. And just like in a game of football, the participants are there to win. In the morning, the political parties, the spokesmen, they had their views, they had their do's and do nots, their liability to, I mean, their commitment to stick to the rules. But then when it becomes a cat fight, it becomes difficult at the heat of the moment. So keeping all this in mind, we'll just try to see, like as the Election Commissioner of India, or for that matter, any election management body has to take care of these rules and regulations to cater to the rising challenges in terms of which are brought about newly by AI and the use of other digital technologies. So we can go to the next, because although freedom of political expression has to be there, so democratic freedoms are there, and in an election process, regulatory objectives, like in terms of what ECI, for example, or for that matter, any EMB, any election management body, has to ensure is electoral integrity. So many a times, freedom of political expression and electoral integrity might come in the way of each other. Okay, so it's very difficult to become a referee in this case, like which defines the boundary of where freedom is muzzled and where the electoral integrity is lost. So that means, and think of the case, the role of any election management body, it's very, very difficult to say that this has crossed the line or not. You get my point? So any third party getting into, like you can think of a referee in case of a football match. Many times they get manhandled also on the heat of the moment, because at that heat of the moment, one party thinks that I was right, freedom of political expression, and he's, unduly accusing me or thinking that I am at fault. Okay, so the point here is that nobody wants to volunteer, but ECI has a mandate of doing it, so they do it. It's a risky business. Nonetheless, somebody has to do it. So in the MCC, we are like, there are ways and means or provisions. At least we are trying to identify that what are the loopholes, where can be the possibilities of possible interventions. Okay, next slide. So traditionally, campaign financing, as Professor Tiwari also mentioned, political advertising. So these were the areas where the rules of mandates of MCC covered. Campaign rallies, public meetings, how to hold, how not to hold, what are the restrictions. And these are all, this is an evolving process. See, although MCC, the term, and in the election use, as pointed out, 1962 it started. So, but the MCC rules and regulations must have evolved over time. Right? Similarly, in the emerging areas of social media campaigning, online political advising, data-driven campaigning, usage of AI-generated contents, and the use of digital ecosystems like the different platforms, Facebook, X, so on and so forth. So you can't rule them out of the political discourse. So you can't rule political parties out of using all these medium. And because they can use, somebody has to monitor them. It's a big challenge on the election management body's point of view. Try to understand all the data, for example, data-driven campaigning, somebody using Facebook for campaigning, or somebody using X for their, digital information ecosystem. So it can be anything, it can be YouTube, political parties run their campaigns, advertisements there. So unfortunately, these are not governed by the any EMB. It's not governed by the Election Commission of India that they will say that, oh, YouTube, you take down this content. Getting my point or not? So they are all owned by different areas. Similarly, so there are challenges corresponding to this also. Can come to the next slide. So there is a challenge in terms of the physical boundary, because all of these online campaigns, online ecosystems which exist, they do not have any physical boundaries, first of all. Then also another important aspect is that, see, rules of the land applies to any company. So if we are using for example, for the online digital ecosystems, if you are using Facebook or X, or for that matter, any of these digital ecosystem tools, they are not, they are companies registered in some other countries, so they are bound to follow rules and regulations, whatever as per them. So sometimes they follow their rules, they apply their logic in terms of mediating the campaigns, the ads, so on and so forth, which we do not like. So there are international boundaries also, which brings in a lot of challenge for any EMBs if there are cross-boundary partners in the digital ecosystem. Fine. So once we have set the tone, like what are the global challenges, we'll just see, just for the namesake mention, these are some of the, in the report that was prepared by the Meghalaya team, the key international frameworks which we studied in terms of finding out the challenges and so forth, is the United Nations Election Assistance Systems, the International IDEA, of course, then the Venice Commission Code of Good Practices in Electoral Matters, and Organization of American States. And not to forget, last but not least, African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance. So these were some of the international institutions which we followed. And however, although the institutions are pan across the different countries, different, for that matter, the different continents, still the common principles across the frameworks are the same, so which has been pointed out by Shishir sir and also by the earlier speakers. The fairness and political equality across for all parties, transparency and accountability by the EMBs, the election management bodies, ensuring the democratic participation, ensuring electoral integrity, and the respect for democratic rights. So these cut across all the institutions. So you can come to the next. So I'll not emphasize on this because, as I told you already, basically all of these frameworks have the primary focus is still the same. Frameworks emphasize the same democratic principles. You can go to the next slide. And the founding principles remain the same. The key term we have been hearing every now and then, providing a level playing field for all political contestants, the equal access to media and communication channels, transparency in campaign finance. Okay, very important. Fair use of state resources, so that distinction Professor Tiwari made earlier. Respect for democratic participation, and credible and peaceful electoral competition. Go to the next slide, please. Next one. This emphasizes the same thing. You can go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So, in order to protect the democratic rights during campaigns, so it's you can think of it as a trapeze balance. Very, very important game. So, while protecting the freedom of expression, allowing people to assemble, freedom of assembly, while allowing the press to be like completely free, and at the same time give access to people, the parties, the electorates, everybody, and the freedom of association. So this is a very nifty game that any election management body has to play. So effective regulatory framework has to seek a proper balance between these electoral oversight and all these democratic freedoms. Next slide, please. So in order to establish that balance, the campaign code of conduct has some common standards, starting with the have a legal framework of which my earlier speaker, Professor Tiwari, spoke at large, the legal framework of electoral campaigns. Then the campaign discourse should focus on policies, programs exclusively. Then similarly, campaign communication should avoid unverified allegations and misinformation. In India, we know this happens, but then everybody identifies that the common standard should not have. There should be restrictions in terms of like usage of unverified allegations and misinformation. Then basic etiquettes, basic respect for the political rivals, so to say. So that should be maintained. Media freedom should be respected, and campaign activities should be conducted as per the coded MCC, Model Code of Conduct. Next slide, please. So similarly, for accountability and enforcement mechanisms, so there should be channels for alleged campaign violations. So there are tools and techniques to do that. I'll speak about that later on. Then support for continuous monitoring of the campaign activities. Then facilities for verification and examination of the reported violations through established procedures. Then very important, which our chief guest again spoke about, the maintaining the timeliness. Enabling timely measurement to address the non-compliance and the mandatory regulatory standards. Then promoting accountability through enforcement measures. So it's not that you just have a set of rules and then you promulgate some verdicts that this is right, this is wrong. It's also about enforcement on the ground. So that's why law enforcement also comes under the ECI during the campaign period. So effective enforcement is central to the credibility of campaign regulation. Next slide, please. You can skip this. We'll go to the next slide and speak a bit about the changing environment. So this, as I told in my opening remarks, the social media platforms, so they have a great impact in terms of enabling large-scale dissemination and amplification of the campaign content. So now everything happens over Facebook, right? The advertisements, the comments, the observations, so everything. Then instant messaging applications like WhatsApp and all during election times, I'm sure we all follow that. Digital advertising networks. This happens across any content delivery network, including YouTube and all. Then user-generated content has great potential to impact campaign regulations in terms of like expanding participation in content creation and information exchange, and real-time information sharing. So this, because campaign regulations have to happen in a timely manner, there are like time limits which are provided particularly by the Election Commission of India for whatever has to happen within 48 hours, 24 hours. So such regulations are already there, and so any misconduct there has to be, immediately resolved. So responsibility fixing has to happen, actions has to be taken within time, and together these developments can actually transform election campaigns from predominantly a mass communication model to like dynamic networked real-time information ecosystems, where which can have actionable inputs in terms of what has to happen on the ground, what has not to happen on the ground. Next slide, please. So for all these challenges, we can go to the next slide. We'll speak a bit about the C-Vigil app. Just go to the next slide and see. Next slide, please. No, not this one. Next one. Keep on going to the next. Next, we have already spoken about this. Next one, I think. Yes. So even the chief guest was also speaking on it. Of course, on January 22nd of this year, 2026, the Election Commission of India has come up with a broader tool, which the C-Vigil is only a part of it. But C-Vigil specifically focuses on our theme. So I'll still. So the overall umbrella tool is called the ECI Net. So it happens basically the entire ecosystem tools have been brought under a single umbrella. But the C-Vigil application is what the timeliness that the chief guest was referring to. So if there is any content which or any conduct which happens on the ground, C-Vigil is an app which can be installed by any user, any voter, non-voter, doesn't matter, any citizen of the country per se. So they can record videos, record audio, take videos, photos, and all these can be put up as geotagged information. Okay, so geotagged information with automatic timestamping, so they become uploaded to the C-Vigil app server. And there is a time limit within, you can't upload something which has happened long back. So it has to be within 5 minutes, I think. That is the limit. Otherwise, it doesn't allow to upload. So once they are uploaded, within the next 15 minutes, there are special QRTs, the quick response teams maintained by the chief electoral officers of the different states. And those QRTs are supposed to immediately get activated. So they get notified about any such uploads. They see into the authenticity and because these are available publicly, so usually they can cross-verify it, because any malinformation or something misconduct, so that happens, usually is being uploaded by multiple users. So that can be verified, and I think the time limit is within 15 minutes they come to a resolution to it, and based on the resolution, it again comes back to the electoral office back. So where based on that, the actions can be taken in terms of like whatever may be the action depending on the event. So it can be blocking of some material, let's say some video, or disqualifying some candidate, or disqualifying some members of a political party. So that can be anything. So because try to understand, this process actually, if it can be taken to the court of law, and that will take months, but the election will finish before that. Getting my point? So in order that these next generation challenges brought in by AI can create a lot of contents in terms of forged videos, morphed images. So and then once they are circulated, it's very difficult for anybody, not just the technologists like us, but for that matter, how do we distinguish between a fake video and a real one? So because that distinction is not like, and even if somebody like fact checker can fact check and come back, it takes a lot of time. The damage can be done within that. So this is one tool for campaign regulations which the ECI has come up with, CVigil. And similarly, there are other tools for expenditure monitoring, media certification and monitoring committees. So overseeing the political content across the, like what happens in the media, in the broadcast media. Then there are, of course, tools and techniques which can ensure whether social media guidelines are being followed or not. And technology-assisted monitoring allows to systematically like do such surveillance across the different social media ecosystem tools. Okay, so these initiatives like can be seen as a set of like steps. If we use them in conjunction with all the existing tools, so this can give us institutional oversight in large electoral processes like what we have in India. So you can go to the next slide. So in conclusion, so the goal of election, I mean any election management body is to, we start off with that, the campaigns has to be regulated because unregulation, I mean without regulation there can't be any competitive process. Elections are meant to be competitive. So campaign regulations are very important. They're at the heart of a free, fair election process, but then they need to be regulated. And in order to regulate elections in challenging times where AI is there, where computers are there, mobile phones are there with everybody, creation of content, misinformation can be done is there at the fingertips. It's very important that we also evolve. We means in terms of the election management bodies. So we also have to be at our toes in order to evolve with our responses, to be ready with tools and technologies so that such misconducts can be tracked early and they can be acted upon. So, and support all these foundational objectives, the electoral integrity, ensuring fair competition among the political parties while maintaining transparency, accountability, and public confidence. So with all this, I think it's easier said than done, but nonetheless, once we have an idea about what are the tools and techniques and the pitfalls and the global challenges, we at least remain prepared to equip ourselves to address the future challenges. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much. We'll see if there are any questions at the end of the other presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your comprehensive insights on the challenges that are very much quickly emerging in election campaigns, especially with the regular updates of digital technology. Your highlights on protecting the democratic rights of election campaigns, the enforcement of the model code of conduct, and technologies that encourage citizen participation like the CVigil applications that you had mentioned personally resonates with the theme of today's workshop. So we deeply appreciate your valuable contribution. Our next speaker is Professor K. Debarma. Professor K. Debarma received his BA Honours 1985, MA 1987, MPhil 1990, and PhD 1996 in Political Science from Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. He has been teaching in the Department of Political Science since 16th July 1990. His areas of interest include public administration, development administration, human rights, and migration politics in Northeast India. Presently, he is teaching courses on human rights, development administration. And apart from teaching, Professor Debarma served the university as a hostel warden from October 2000 to July 2005. He has served as the head Department of Political Science, Northeastern Hill Universities, from 11th December 2015 to 10th December 2018, and as Dean School of Social Sciences, Northeastern Hill University, from 9th November 2020 to 8th November 2023. He has authored a book and published several research papers. He has presented research papers and participated in many national and international seminars, workshops, conferences, including United Nations Working Groups Conference on Indigenous Populations in Geneva, Switzerland, July 1994, Microfinance Summit in Pattaya, Thailand in August 2000, Global Summit on Microfinance in Nairobi, Kenya, 2009. Also, he had organized many national and international seminars, workshops, and conferences. He has also coordinated refreshers courses in political science funded by UGC through Human Resource Development Center, NEHU. He has delivered many lectures and keynote addresses in various refresher courses, seminars, and Professor DeBarma has been a subject expert for PhD research and other academic committees for many central, state, and private universities. He had carried out UGC SAP as a deputy coordinator in the Department of Political Science, NEHU. He is associated with Lokniti, or the Center for the Study of Developing Societies, New Delhi, in election studies and other projects on study of democracy. Currently associated with the Meghalaya State Project on Democracy and Election Study on Model Code of Conduct and election campaigns as an expert. Besides, he has chaired numerous academic sessions in various national and international seminars and conferences, and he is also involved in Microfinance Development Society and takes part in sports activity. Today, his topic is on campaign finance, monitoring, and enforcement. Let us welcome Professor K. DeBarma for his presentation.
Thank you so much for this time. The topic that has been assigned to me is campaign finance and enforcement, monitoring and enforcement. Before I come to the slides, just a brief introduction of what has been projected in the slides is that many studies revealed the essential role of campaign finance in determining the success of political candidates. Now, when you have the substantial funding, it provides needed advantages for the political parties or the candidates, such as the media visibility, professional staffing, sophisticated data analytic, and all these can boost the candidates' viability. However, heavy reliance on wealthy donors and super PACs, that is the political action committees in US, some of these can lead to public distrust on the election process itself and also raise the perception of political corruptions. Now, as a whole, while legal frameworks encourage transparency, but there are challenges of dark money which continue to threaten the diversity and fairness of democratic process. Many research, including the one that we have prepared, the Meghalaya team has prepared as a report, highlights the existence of tensions between the necessity of financial resources for outreach on the one hand, and on the other hand, the preservation of equitable representations. There is a global trend and compliance in political finance regulations. As far as our report is concerned on this subject, political finance regulations across 51 countries from the International IIDEM database cover three main pillars. One is bans and limits on private income, public funding, second. Third, regulation on spending. for this reporting, oversight, and sanction. Now, all of us know that while transparency measures and bans on vote buying are nearly universal at the moment, almost, everybody is subscribing to that. But the study identifies significant regulatory gaps regarding the digital campaigning and indirect influence through loans or government procurement. The findings of the study suggest that while traditional framework architectures are well established in almost all the 51 countries that we have undertaken the studies, many nations struggle to modernize laws to address the modern electoral risks that involves in the process of democratic elections. We also see that comparative analysis highlights how India's regulatory landscape, on the one hand, aligned with or at the same time deviates or diverges from these global trends, showing strength in reporting, but again showing the strength in deficit in public funding. Now, all these can indicate, or the problems can advocate for strengthening the institutional oversight and updating policies to manage third-party actors and online advertising. The global findings of the studies show the regulatory gaps in digital campaigning and indirect influence that brings upon impinges on the democratic elections, and also provides a comparative analysis focusing on India's performance against the global norms. Finally, it brings the outlined strategic recommendation that is required in order to strengthen the political finance oversight. Now let us go to the slides, and then we will understand what I have just presented, the abstract of this topic. Go to the second, next. This is the mapping the global landscape of political finance law. This is where I have mentioned that there are 4 areas, 4 key thematic pillars. Go to the next slides, then it will be visible that certain core transparency and regulatory protocols which have achieved the widespread international consensus across the 51 countries that have been studied, in this project. You will find that, most of the adopted rules, you will find ban on voting, buying, the figures are there, then the itemized income reporting, regular party financing reporting, ban on anonymous donations, public disclosure of finance report. Okay, so here you have the compliance and non-compliance factors, and the data analysis is shown in the figure very clearly. Then here also you will find that despite the strong core frameworks, there are some critical regulatory deficit that persist globally regarding the indirect channels of political influence and modern digital technologies that exist in the current days. So you find that here the percentage ban on procurement linked donors, 5.9, then ban on party campaign loans, 9.8, ban on candidates campaign loans, 11.8, then limits on online political advertising, 15.7, then third-party campaign financing report, 17.6. But here the danger area is that the vast majority of global democracies, as per the study, leave online campaign spending and loan-based financing completely unregulated. And that is where the danger comes when it comes to the question of the campaign financing. So many go, most of the major part of the campaign finance go unrecorded, unreported, and you cannot, account it. And this is where, bigger the, for example, the finance, the bigger the effect one can expect. So when you look at this item number, the item number 1 that I was talking about, bans and limits on private income, you will find that where are the sources and then lies. You find that the, in the first, no, the next. Yeah. You find that the foreign sourcing, this is highly restrictive, globally. And this is in order to preserve the, domestic sovereignty of any particular country. They won't encourage. So 88.4% ban on foreign donations to any political parties, and then 60.8 extend to the ban even to the candidates, okay, no matter whatever it is. Then there is also, the ban on corporate power, which remains highly sometimes questionable and polarized regulatory issues across the world. You find that only 47.1% ban corporate funding to political parties, and 39.2% ban corporate funding to candidates. But how are the rest? They are all open. They are not, Then you also have the problems on anonymous funding, and which is, of course, the near universal ban to enforce transparent transaction tracking. You have the 88.2% that prohibits anonymous funds to any political parties. 66.7% extend the same thing to the individual candidates, don't allow. Now, when it comes to the next theme 2, that is on the public funding and the gender blind spots. You find that the institutional support versus the social equality. We all find that while direct state funding is a dominant tool utilized by 76.5% of the countries that we have studied to offset private dependency, the designs, all these methods still remain highly gender blind. You have, the 78.4% of the system outline clear criteria for eligibility, how candidates are selected, we all know, okay, who are preferred. Then 70.6 that offer indirect forms of state subsidy. Then 51 mandate specific earmarking for direct fund usage, and only 13.7 of the nation studied offer financial incentive for promoting structural gender parity inside political parties. So this is about the second, the pillar. The third one is the campaign spending and the digital lag. The analog to digital gap exists even in the present setup of technological advancement. We all know that the electoral rules are failing to adapt to many of the digital real politics. People are more advanced even how to overcome some of these, the rules, regulations. Now we all know that the traditional campaign, while the traditional campaign structure remains strictly monitored, okay, the digital frontier is mostly left open. And that is where, our earlier speakers were talking about the difficulties, how we can actually, monitor that. So we find that out of the 51 countries studied, 92.2 of the nation, 99.2 of nations studied enforce a strict ban on vote buying, okay? It is, even in India, it is not allowed. But does it actually happen in reality? That is the question, okay? We all know the amount people talk about. Okay, recently when I went to Assam in one part, they were only talking about 20K. Then what do you mean by 20K? Is it per boat 20,000? So 54%, 54.9% plays the structural expenditure ceiling on parties. 64.7% define explicit expenditure ceiling on candidates. Okay, so we are actually more than 50% in that. Everybody is wanting to have this control, but only 15.7% of the countries studied impose structural caps on online political advertising, they spend. Then the fourth and the last, the pillar is reporting, oversight, and the sanctions. You will find that there are three sections that we are talking about here. The first is the active reporting. There is a comprehensive financial updates which are legally expected inside global norms. Everybody wants that we have to have this comprehensive financial update on the election expenditure. And you'll find that as per the figure here, where is it? No, next. Yeah. 88.2% require regular party reports. 84.3% require election spending specific reporting. Then 80.4% require individual candidate reports, which means they mandate. That means if you look at this, that majority, almost near universal, majority of the countries, they agree to this, okay, the reporting. Then there is another section that the reporting alone is not enough, but you have to itemize. So specific broken down records are vitally, vital to verify the paper trail. And that is where the itemized report is important. And here, 92.2% demand itemized income disclosure. But how they manipulate that may be different. 88.2% demand itemized spending files to be presented. 58.8% require exact donor identities. Okay? But this is the scenario of that 51 countries that have been studied. Then we also have the sanction power. Oversight bodies require sharp legal teeth to correct, the violations that takes place on whatever, the campaign financing that we are talking about. So 100% of studied frameworks have active financial sanctions, legally or otherwise, they don't allow. And 88.2% empower specialized monitoring agencies. And that's where you will find that, cash seizure during the time of elections, monitoring, and sometimes some years back we saw that one entire helicopter carrying the cash was, seized somewhere in northeastern part of the regions. Then you have the global comparisons. This is important, and where India stands. Look at this. Comparative thematic scores, when we break down, on the basis of regulatory provisions, displays this, okay? You will find that global average affirmative percentage versus India's alignment status. It's not that bad, but still we lack in certain areas. On bans and limits on private income, as far as available data indicators are concerned, we have 27. Then the global compliant is 42.05%. India's compliant in the paper record is 37.04. And then we have the deficit of 5.1%. On public funding system, we have the deficit of 10.20%. On regulatory of spending, we have 3.8%. 70%. Reporting oversight and sanction, in that, India is doing better. We are a little ahead plus, because the global compliance is 49.35, but India reaches 50. So overall score, India has compliance of 36.21, and we have the deficit in overall 4.53. So the key takeaway here is that India matches or leads global standard in reporting and sanctions, but trails in public funding options and specific private bans and on procurement of limits. So what is the action plan then? The last slide. And this is where the recommendation, policy recommendation can be very important in order to improvise our campaign finance. So we need to regulate on the third parties, the third parties campaign financing, which go unregulated and unaccounted, and this is very important. Then we also need to modernize legal rules, digital rules rather. And this is where sometimes, learning from the system in Kenya, which has legalized the entire system, one can be taken to the court and then put into prison. And when their, evidence is there that they have actually involved, they can be put into prison for 20 years. And forget about, disqualifying them from campaigning. When they are in the prison, no question of, contesting. Then we also need to seal the indirect pathways. How to seal the indirect pathways, undercurrent financings and all that. Then we also need to have to build the oversight capacity in order to strengthen the whole process. I think this is what, the content, overall content of our report on campaign financing. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very comprehensive exposition on the pillars of campaign finance and the monitoring tools and the enforcement recommendations that you provided will be very vital for today's workshop. Our next speaker is Dr. Kamaljeet Churam, who is an assistant professor and the former teacher in charge of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. He is an honors graduate in zoology, holds a postgraduate diploma in journalism and mass communication, and an MA in mass communication. His area of research is film studies along with cultural communication. Till now, he has published 19 research papers, published 2 translated novels, and 1 collection of folk tales, and has been a compiler for a Manipuri language dictionary published in 2013. He has been awarded Dr. Ambedkar Fellowship National Award 2013, which is awarded by Bharatiya Dalit Sahitya Academy, New Delhi. Let us all welcome Dr. Kamaljeet Churam.
Thank you very much for this time. I have a huge gratitude towards the CEO's office, the whole team, including the CEO, Mr. Vidya Tiwariji. I just came back from Delhi yesterday because I think in the beginning, if someone has already mentioned or not, I was not there. So the whole report that we have been presenting, most of it, the ECI has given 36 themes to 36 different states and UTs across India, and we have to finish it by the end of this year. Around October, it has to be final. And I'm very proud to say that the Meghalaya is one of the states that have finished it before time, and we have submitted the whole report, which is prepared by the CEO's office along with the cooperation of all the 3 or 4 thematic experts that we have been listening today. So I'm very proud that we have submitted the first final draft, and they're going through it, and we have been receiving some of the reviews from their end, from the ECIs, particularly the IIIDEM, which is the training cell of ECI. So, and I'm also very happy that I played a very small part in the preparation of these reports. And we went to Delhi along with Sri Maulong and 3 other members of NLMTs and SLMTs from Meghalaya. And my job was to present the final report along with all this finance regulation and the study of the 51 countries, comparing it with India. So from that, I will be choosing, I've been given on media and election campaigns and information integrity regarding election campaigns. So if we can start the slide. So it is on media, digital campaigns, and information integrity. So we have seen every other state, we were presenting, even we also saw that most of the regulations, MCCs all across the world, they're lagging behind on the digital front. So only about 16% of the 51 countries have regulation, a little bit of regulation on how to tackle digital content during elections, digital content and digital campaigning. So it's still a very weak area in terms of election management across the world. So even India doesn't have as much of that specifically written, although we talk about information and all. Next slide, please. So we have heard of the 2 terms, misinformation and disinformation, and a few other terms like fake news and malinformation. So these are mostly related. Only thing is these are all wrong information, but misinformation is usually the ones which are circulated or generated without intention of actually doing it. I heard something, then I misheard it somewhere, so that's why the because it's a miscommunication. So that's why misinformation. So it is not intentional, it is a wrong information, but not intentional. Next slide, please. So then we come to disinformation. But then the idea is, if you see the word dis in the front, so disinformation usually is the one which is intentional. I intentionally make it wrong. So it may be a photograph, I put your face on somebody else's doing something else which is, not so good for you, for your image. I circulate it. I put some other caption for a particular, or I say that elections are going to be like this. Instead of this date, it will be that date. So that just to confuse the people. Disinformation. So there is if we can see the next slide, then we'll see a little bit of that comparison. So it is unintentional. There is no malice, and it's just noise, or it's just an error. What we call in communication noise. Anything which is wrong information, we can call that noise. So disinformation is intentional, and it is designed to harm. So in a way, when we hear fake news is one type of disinformation which is presented as an actual correct news, but which is wrong. So since there is someone sitting down there trying to make a news which is wrong and trying to circulate it, so it's a kind of disinformation, but because they want to make it look like a news, that's why it's called fake news. So what we'll do today is we'll study some of the, next slide. So what happens is, if we try to bring it in the context of elections, election management and electoral ecology, what happens with misinformation or disinformation is it brings about the scale, because the scale of digital communication is so big nowadays that it's incomprehensible in one way. So one of the world's largest online users base is in India. If you just look at India now, then it echoes a lot of things like false content, creating echo chambers. Echo chambers is you start one thing and then it keeps repeating itself. It starts with a life of its own. Then AI is there. The AI is another area that it's even lesser than the regulations about AI is even lesser in terms of percentage among these 51 countries in terms of the regulations that they have about AI. Next slide, please. Okay, we'll skip this. We'll go directly into the thing. So what I'm trying to do with this paper is we try to map the pathways with which misinformation or disinformation circulates in India's electoral context, and explore how this erodes trust in media, the government, and the whole electoral process. Next slide, please. So we'll look at some of the cases in India, cases of misinformation and disinformation. So what we'll do is, you must have heard, some of you must have heard, there is this website called Alt News. It is altnews.in. So this is a website that does fact checking, no, fact checking. Okay, so they look for fake news, and on their website you can see. Even if you go now, also you'll see not just related to elections, but so many other things. Okay, so something goes viral, saying that this person is dead, this person is. So we see that all the time. Okay, how many times Amitabh Bachchan has died in his lifetime on social media? So most of this viral, popular misinformation or fake news going around, Alt News does fact checking, and we can see it. So, it's usually Alt News is usually regarded as a very credible source of fact checking. So next slide, please. So. There was a study, it's not actually done by me actually, because it takes very long, so I'm just looking at some secondary sources. So what happened is, they mapped, this group of studies, they mapped 5 areas in which misinformation or disinformation were circulated. They collected all the content from Alt News, and they gave 5 different areas. Now these are related to misinformation during the 2024 Lok Sabha elections in India. So starting from the day of the enforcement of the Electoral Code of Conduct, which was, I think, 15th March 2024, till the day of elections. So they collected all the information from this website, and the first category is the political misinformation or disinformation. Means those fake news related to political themes, such as false or manipulated information spread intentionally or unintentionally to deceive people about political matters during the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. So one such example is this. So for example, this is only, if I'm naming parties or people, this is only for academic purposes. I'm just showing. But this is taken from Alt News only. You can still see this news still there, if you can see. So Congress MP from Bengaluru, rural, Mr. Suresh, he slammed police for allegedly blocking his vehicle during his election campaign in Karnataka, was viral in social media. It says that he was shouting at the police for blocking his vehicle during campaign. The image shows the MP warning the cops of letting him transfer if they didn't listen to him. So he even threatened them that you'll be transferred if you don't let my vehicle go. So that was actually a false information. In fact, it was not from itself 2024 election. It was another election before 2024, which was circulated as a 2024 election. So in a way, it's a way of maligning his image during the elections. So there are a lot more examples. There are around 20 such examples within this category. So it's just one example I'm showing you. So they found out that this video, you can do this also. If there is something called the reverse search. You take an image, you even on a phone you have, there is, if you just go open a video on your thing, there is one small link that comes out on the photo. Okay? So what is that thing, Antariksh? The Google image search is there, but if you just open the photo, there is one link. Yeah, you can, I forgot the term actually. So you can click on it, and then it will Google search the image itself. Then you can see the different sources where it is available. So that is one way of fact checking, that you can reverse search the video, and then you can see where it was originally, or at least the other places where it is available. So they found out that this is 2 years ago, another election, assembly election or something, and it was a different case. So it's just one example. Another, next please. So this is another one. During a meeting, some BJP party meeting in Tamil Nadu, it was shown as something else, but then it is another thing. So anything related to political, it came under this. So next slide, please. Yeah. So the second category of misinformation that they found was policy and government's matters, like government announcing that particular policies before the elections. So those kind of misinformation or fake news come within this. So this category includes those false or misleading information relating to voting procedures, claims of voter fraud, misrepresentation of results, incorrect information about candidates and electoral bonds, etc. Anything related to any government policies that came under this. And there were quite a lot of them in this category also. So there are a lot of examples. I'll skip some of them for now. If we can go to the next one, please. This is social and communal related to fake news related to social and communal issues, such as two particular ethnicities fighting each other. Sometimes you see that it's just from a film. Okay, some film clips are being shown as two people fighting from two different religious communities. So those kind of categories come here, and this is very dangerous for India. So such in this category, the kind of fake news that comes under this. So, for example, one debunked news was of an old video of Rahul Gandhi displaying a green flag and implying that people in a campaign want India to become an Islamic state. So it was only a political party in Kerala that has a green flag, a little bit similar to the one of Pakistan. So that was, again, it was not even from the 2024 election, it was another one, and they circulated it that way. So anything related to religion or this social identity comes under this. And then again, there are quite a lot of them. Next one, please. Another one is policy and governance. Again, this is about what the government is doing. So, and another one, an edited video of Home Minister circulated in which he was declaring the elimination of quotas for SC, ST, OBC. Now, if it was true, you can think, or even if people started believing the news that he is talking about, you can see the repercussions it can have on the whole country, right? So that is the danger that it poses. But again, it was debunked. He was saying something else. It was edited in such a way that it looked like he was saying that he is going to eliminate. It was a different context altogether. Next, please. This is very interesting. Again, happens a lot in India. Personality specific, attacking one particular person, like targets a person's particular characteristics, personal assaults, and character assassinations, and which is a very common kind of fake news happening in India. Such as a case which was again debunked by Alt News, in which the Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi is being circulated on social media, where she is apparently talking about ending electricity subsidies in Delhi. Because when AAP came, they were giving a lot of subsidies in terms of water and electricity in Delhi. So then suddenly they brought about this news video where she is supposedly saying that they will stop the subsidies of electricity. Again, that created a whole, new thing. So it's a kind of character assassination, although it's related to policy also. Okay, so then people started sharing, even people who we can call learned and politicians and all started sharing that, see what AAP is doing. Okay? So again, there were some more, next please, again, there were some more categories which did not fit into all this. They kept it as miscellaneous, anything related to about India related to the globe and what could be geopolitical implications in India or Indian elections. So there were a few others which came under this. Now there is another fact-checking that was done. If you go to the next slide, the PIB, the Press Information Bureau. Now the PIB is a wing of the government of India, as we all know. So they also, on their website, on their social media page, even on their X page, you'll see they do a lot of debunking of or fact-checking of misinformation and disinformation. So these researchers also did a content analysis. They collected all the information within that MCC period from 15 March 2024 to the date of the elections. And again, similar things were found, but the only difference was Alt News did a more bigger fact-checking, but PIB, because it's a government wing, the fact-checking they did was mostly related to the government, either the government issues or government policies or people within the government. So you can see public sector initiatives, misinformation or disinformation about public sector initiatives, election-specific. Again, if you go to the PIB X link or X handle or their own website, you can still see some of this still there. So I'm not presenting because there's quite a lot of them. Election-specific, internal, external security, policy and governance, public awareness, miscellaneous. So those were the categories in which PIB did fact-checking on during those days. And they were doing it as it was coming out, not after the elections. As it was going on, within 1 day, 2 days, as soon as they got hold of it, if they can actually find out the real source of the news or the video, or if they come to know about it, they would do it. So it was instant, it was concurrent. Next slide, please. So what happens after all of this is, it affects the trust and integrity of the whole electoral process by threatening the perceived integrity of elections. The elections may be happening correctly. The whole process may be going on without any mistakes. But then people start perceiving that, because they keep seeing all these things, they start perceiving that something is wrong with the elections. Right, and broader legitimacy of the democratic system. They start questioning the whole democratic system, not just the elections. So they also, it can also bring about this erosion of trust in the electoral institutions, polarize the publics because of all those communal and social fake news, and diminish confidence in the democratic governance. So these are some of the, and there are actual, I'm not saying this out of my own, there are actual research materials that proves that all these things have been happening. Even in Australia, there are researchers in Australia where they found that how misinformation can bring about all these things. It really happened. Next, please. So if we were to measure it, if we were to take public sphere as a barometer of trust, some of the things that is, I'll not explain again so much. So the disinformation campaigns targeting elections threaten deliberation, representation, and accountability. Those they start asking. So credible fact-checking, transparent communication, and institutional signaling can bolster trust even amid misinformation and disinformation surges. But for that, we need to do some more things. So one thing is, it reduces, we have seen that information fidelity, electoral fairness, people start questioning. So what it brings about is a diminished trust in the elections. But what can be done, that is the next step. So this is a very generalized conclusion, or we can take step by step, but for time I'm just making it short. A holistic rights respecting governance framework that integrates platform accountability, targeted transparency, media literacy, robust fact-checking, and adaptive regulatory design. Now, each of them is a big area by themselves, like the right respecting governance framework. Because when we say, if we try to just put a ban, an umbrella ban on any of these things, then people start talking about our fundamental rights, such as right of free speech or freedom and expression, press freedom. All these things comes about. So while we are respecting the rights, how can the government or the authorities bring about such regulations which can curtail those things but still respect those rights? A platform accountability, that is one big thing. So platforms, social media platforms, X, Facebook, WhatsApp, what accountability they can have. They cannot just open it freely and make everyone put up. So they have their own guidelines within themselves. You have seen the community guidelines. So every time you open a new account, you have to say, I agree to all the guidelines, okay? I wonder if we have ever tried to read any of those. They are about 2,000, 3,000 words of legal clauses to which we just keep scrolling and then we agree, okay? So there are a lot of things that they can improve there also. Targeted transparency, again, whether it is the security or the political parties or a simple citizen, how do we target each of them? Now, the simplest thing that we have been doing is media literacy. So even in our own capacity, in the university, in our department, media department, we have been going around and doing small workshops for media literacy in schools and colleges. We have started that, and if any of the offices or any of the institutions of the government from which we are all coming from, if you want, then we can do that. We can tie up and we can do that, because it really helps. And there are a lot of research materials that says that media literacy packages which we administer to students have been helping. So we can do that on a bigger scale. How to use media, how to identify something that looks like fake and not just share it without knowing, and to understand what impact it can have. People have died because of simple misinformation. Okay? There are a lot of examples which I'll not come to here. Robust fact-checking, that we need a lot of this. Nowadays, most of the bigger news organizations, they have started doing this fact-checking separately. And adaptive regulatory design. And as we said, all the regulations and the laws that we have in not just India and all countries of the world, we are still lagging behind. We're playing catch up to technology. So if we can have such kind of regulations that not just follows the trend, but also try to predict for the future and see what can happen in terms of, now we're all talking about AI, in terms of social media and AI and the whole digital media as a whole. So that comes to the conclusion. I'll not read this out. You have, it's about better regulations, especially in terms of elections specifically and in general for everything. So yeah, that's all for now. And as I said, the only thing we are doing now is we are playing catch up. And it's not just India, it's happening all over the world, especially in terms of elections. And out of those 51 countries that we have studied, there's only 16% of those that have something or the other written about digital media, and all the other countries, nothing about it. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very thorough and extensive your views on media, digital campaigns, and information integrity, and how you map the pathways for misinformation and disinformation, and how to tackle these problems together as citizens of the country. Because in this digital age, information integrity is election integrity. Now we would like to request our CEO, Dr. BDR Tiwari, IAS, Chief Electoral Officer, to kindly felicitate our speaker, Dr. Kamaldeep Chiram, Assistant Professor of Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Northeastern Hill University, as he was not present today at the inaugural function. Thank you, sir. Now we have all heard from our academic experts their very extensive, comprehensive views on the different topics that have been given to them. So now we open the floor to questions and discussions. And I remind you that today's workshop is on a hybrid mode, where we do have participants virtually and physically from all over the world. So I request for the media link also to be put up, and I open the floor for discussions to everyone here. We can have first from here, I think, as we are setting up the Google Meet. And I request the participants to kindly introduce themselves and keep the questions short. The floor is open for questions and discussions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Meghalaya. I'm also representing the Bharatiya Janata Party. So my question is towards Mr. Shishir Tiwari, Assistant Professor of Department of Law. So, as you can see that the MCC is it's complementary to the Representation of People's Act 1951. So my question to you, sir, since you've mentioned that bribery is also amounts to violating of the MCC. So in the recent times in our state, coming to our state, we can see that during campaigns, we can see that political parties are collecting money from the public. So does that amount to extortion under the Section 308 of the BNS?
You're asking about collecting money by the political parties.
Yes, so during election campaigns, sir, we can see like the recent, and this is just for the sake of academic discussion, sir.
No,
I'm not hinting at anyone.
I'm not aware of that thing. I can't I will not accept that thing.
Yeah,
that
yes,
thing.
no, no, like this is the recent trends that we see, like, political parties.
That you are
So-
saying. I'm not
Yeah,
saying.
yes, sir, yes, sir. So from what we can see, sir,
So on what on what ground they're asking for?
no, like during campaigns, immediately after the campaign, so they like,
Whether it is voluntary or involuntary.
no, even if it's voluntary, but people they come to listen, sir.
Uh-huh.
But then after that,
If the people are giving the money voluntarily,
yes,
then what is the problem in that?
so it won't amount to extortion, sir.
Why you don't want to?
Thank you, sir.
I think if you know the law, I think it will not amount to extortion. In extortion means you are doing it. You can say you are putting someone under pressure. You are compelling them to give the money. Then it is extortion. But it is not extortion if they're giving it voluntarily. That's the point.
If you see a very vital question in respect to the political funding, and across all the democracy in the world, political parties are mostly depend on the contribution from the people or the different stakeholders. They are not the commercial entities. So to meet their expenditure, they depend on the largely on the voluntary donations and contributions. So anything if it is forcefully, then it will be come under the legal offense, which is related to your question. But there are the different aspect and lot of debate. As in the several, once we were doing the study on the model code of conduct, we come to know as in the several countries, government also do the election funding to the political parties. But like our country, such facility is not there, and in the most of the countries also it is not there. So the political party, that is the only thing to get the volunteer contribution or chanda from the different stakeholders. But if there will be forceful mean, that will be come under the illegal practice and it will be offense. And then if somebody is being forced by some political party, you pay, then only it will be done. So the person can file the complaint, because we have been, so nobody is starting money, ne? So they may appeal, and people are just, and no such case across the country ever has come so far. In light. Further, so that is the only thing I would like to just, as Professor Saab has already told about this. Any other? Otherwise, backside, please have seat.
Thank you for that question and for the answers that have been given. Any other question? We invite the people who are joining us online as well, if you can ask your questions.
My name is Kit Shangpliang, and I am my background is communications. So very interesting when Dr. Chirom talk about fake news, misinformation, disinformation. My question is therefore very simple in a way, and I perhaps Mr. Tiwari can also think about it because it has some legal, may have some legal implication. Um, what, when you talk about fake news, and if someone is actually, working on the disinformation mode, so what are there legal punishments or legal implications for the person responsible for that, whether it is with regards to elections or otherwise? So my question is very, very simple, because this is going to grow, much larger in the future. Of course, my experience is also that people who are elderly, say 55 plus, generally are very susceptible to, being misguided by the disinformation and fake news. But my question still remains the same as, what are the legal implications, anything that we can do? Thank you very much.
If we'll talk in the sphere of the digital media, if it is anything related to digital, whether it is social media or, then first thing is we have to see what is the content of the fake news. So that also determines which legal provisions it will come under. But usually if any such kind of happening, then there is the Information Technology Act, the IT Act 2000, which has been amended so many times. And then there is the new one, which is the the Digital Platforms Intermediaries Act, intermediary rules. It's under the IT Act, but it's a separate rule. Intermediaries Act, which came out in around 2-3 years ago. So first of all, it can come under those acts if it is through any of the information technology or any of the digital media or social media. Then after that, sir will explain more on which act will come under, depending on what kind of content they are creating. If it is regarding, let's say somebody is not doing anything, but then you just put something saying that he was taking bribe for elections when he was not doing, then that becomes kind of defamation. Then Defamation Act will come. So again, it depends on what kind of content is being circulated through that fake news. The first is, it can also go to because of the intermediaries rules now, even the platform, whether it is Facebook or WhatsApp, they can also be, because they will ask, why have you not flagged such kind of content? So I think sir can explain a little bit more on on this.
With regard to your question, the answer is, first of all, you're asking about the problem of fake news on different platforms. Now, as he has rightly pointed out that we are having intermediate rules of year 2021, which has been amended, I think, recently 3-4 times, very recently in the year 2026. Okay, so if under those rules, the intermediary platform, for example, Facebook, and that X, Instagram, they are having a responsibility if any material which has been uploaded, which is unlawful, illegal, or it just if it promotes pornography, if it is you can say misleading, in that case it has to be removed. It is responsibility on the part of that particular intermediary. Now we are talking about the offenses. Now, as he has rightly pointed out, we have to look into that, what has happened in that situation, what type of fake news has been spread in that situation, whether it amounts to I can say defamation. Then in that case the BNS will be applicable. Earlier it was IPC. If just think of if the material is promoting enmity between the community, once again the BNS will come in the picture. So like that. So we have to see in that situation. So the intermediary rules, apart from that, the criminal laws, particularly the BNS, will be applicable in that situation.
Good afternoon, respected panelists. I'm Banphira from the Indian National Congress. And this question is related to the campaign finance plus the monitoring and enforcement. Anybody can take this question, please. Is there any mechanism where the ECI monitors bulk SMS during elections, rallies, and even paid news during elections?
Vital and very relevant question. Basically, paid news, in respect to paid news, so paid news is prohibited, and there is the state level MCMC, Media Certification and Monitoring Committee, and district level also there is the district level MCMC. So it is the responsibility of MCMC at district and state level to check all these things, either it is the fake news or paid news specifically. So, and other such kind of news will be either in what mode it has been circulated, it is through the electronic platform or on the social media platforms. So different kind of news will be covered, and we look into in see, as he rightly answered the previous question, the nature of question, nature of the act, accordingly we see, then take the legal and needful action. As your related to bulk message. Bulk message is also not punishable directly, it will based on the content of the bulk message. Legally also, if you see the different companies also promoting and advertising and marketing for the bulk messages. But if its content is like comes under the purview of any offense, then accordingly it may be it is monitored also, and during the MCC period when the model code of conduct will be in practice, so all election functionaries have been assigned to monitor all such things, especially the expenditure monitoring mechanism is there. So we have NACA checking, and our mobile teams are also there, they do the videography, record all those even rallies and event etc. The district field level election functionaries are assigned to record all those things also. So any such thing if it comes, then there are mechanism available to take needful action in respect to those.
I am Antariksh Karsing. I am a research scholar in Department of Journalism and Mass Communication. My question is to Tiwari sir. When he was explaining that MCC guidelines, there was this word anything related to communal appeal. So my question is, does the meaning of this communal restricted to or limited to only caste, religion, or these kind of static meaning? Then I will add further to it. If it is not, because we are living in a digital world where different types of community feelings are there. And if the community interpretation or meaning in that MCC guideline is not limited to caste, religion, or ethnicity identities, then why ECI, Election Commission of India, doesn't act on statements like कपड़ों से पहचान लेंगे और another one शहीदों के नाम पे वोट दीजिए. So these are also implying to some meanings, connotative and denotative meaning, different kinds of meaning that points towards a specific community seeking vote. So these are two questions related to that.
With regard to your first question, that is that what is the meaning of the term communal? Whatever you have said, it is perfectly all right. You have told about the caste, religion. So in that way, that term has been used in the MCC, that or promoting enmity between the two different groups on various bases. For example, ethnicity, on the basis of caste, creed, and religion. So in that context, that term has been used in the MCC. With regard to the second question, that why the actions have not been taken in those the examples which you have cited. Actually, I can't give the answer to that particular question, that okay, why the actions have not been taken. See, the point here is that I am not sure that whether actions have been taken or not, whether FIR has been filed or not. It has not been filed. So in that situation,
Basically, in respect to action part is concerned, Antarikshi, you are telling anything?
Not, sir.
नहीं, शहीदों के नाम पर वोट,
मतलब that is a community or not?
Shaheed is not limited to any particular community or any leader. You can't confine ki they are just telling ki we are following the ideal of certain leaders, certain people. So each and every political stream has some icons and ideals. So they present, but it is not the divisive line between the communities, religion, caste and creed-wise, ethnicity-wise. If any such thing comes, you see the certain act during the model code of conduct period as all regularly been ensured by the Honorable Commission, by the election functionaries. Even the star campaigners are also, they put the ban on their campaign. Certain other ways and means also been ensured. So even we serve the notices. There are several instances the election functionaries are bound to just serve the notices to the different people who are from any political party. It is not to any particular one. It may relate to anyone, and certain things, once they go, then the advertisement and other content also come to the MCMC for the certification. Like any digital advertisement or advertisement in the newspaper, they have to get it certified by MCMC, then only they can do. Even the speeches also being recorded, and it found that there is the hated speech or the divisive line on the caste, creed, religion. Then Election Commission seeks the report, and any news coming through the media or through the social media during the MCC period, it is coming to the election machinery, and election machinery assess that, evaluate that, and accordingly ensures the needful action in purview of the law.
One small thing, nothing about the question. See, conducting, regulating elections in a country like us is a very, very difficult job. There are individual views of how things should be, and there are institutional view how to manage it. So, getting my point or not? So, you are a research scholar now, young, so you might, this happens. When we were young, we also didn't like certain things. Once you grow to the top of the prism, or rather further ahead in the prism of life, what you see in the philosophical is that some things you have to ignore also. Think about the ECI, who manages elections of 1.4 billion people. So for every small thing now, if they have to micromanage, think about it. If you raise a child and say that if you think that your 3-year-old kid has to listen to everything in the first time, you will grow mad. So probably a more mature view is taken by the ECI that some things has to be, otherwise for how many cases we will file. Getting my point or not? I'm not saying about the correctness. Whether it should happen, ideally it might not happen also. So as the election management body, we also have to be see that some more important, more vital things which causes damage to damage. So damaging things should be suppressed. So this is a general answer, not specific to your thing. So in that sense, a broader view has to be taken.
Actually, my point was that MCC shall be broadened in terms of digital campaigns, as we are taking in this sense the communal meaning in a traditional sense only. Election Commission is considering that communal word in traditional sense. It shall be broadened. If we are moving towards this digital campaigns and AI campaigns, that
How?
the meaning or the interpretation of word.
Got it. So idea is that, as during my speech also what I said, CEO sir can vouch for it. See, our institutional learning also gets formalized in an evolving manner. So you get my point. MCC is there, new challenges come, new technologies come, they bring in new challenges in terms of what is right, what is wrong. So over a period we keep on evolving. It's not as I told you in the beginning, it's a cat fight. So their rules change. Both cats find their newer and newer ways and means to attack the other. Na? So as the referee also has to evolve in that process. And in that process, if the referee becomes prominent, think about it. How will the football match, how will you feel like watching the FIFA World Cup if every 10 seconds the referee pulls out his whistle? Getting my point or not? So in that sense, so that you can tell, I think, you can vouch for it. This is my understanding.
Basically, once we deal in the real situation on the ground, then everything, sometime one thing may be interpreted by different ways by the different people. So we also have to interpret in the line of the rule and regulation and its impact and what the, so ground reality is also been assessed. But rule regulation always remain as a guiding principle, and we are there and bound to enforce the law.
Very good afternoon to all. My name is, everybody calls me Bamaj. I am from the election department itself. During these studies that we have been doing, a very interesting thing that we found is about UK. So my question goes first to Professor Shishir sir. UK doesn't have a written constitution. It is not codified. So what are your views? How is that uncodified constitution works with the legal process? That election commission with under its body itself, which will look after the all the digital campaignings, monitorings, and all the modalities which are involved in it. And if at all, what are your suggestions? What should be the structure technically? So that is these are the two questions put forward.
You are absolutely correct that in UK there is no constitution, but it doesn't mean that in UK there are no statutory laws. Statutory laws are there, so those laws which are there, they govern different aspects of the government and even the elections as well.
That reply, sir. India does not. India, when it comes to the MCC, it is not statutory. And in fact, if you in the studies that we have conducted, almost 80% have statutory framework. What are your views? Should India also have a legal, I mean, a statutory framework, or it will keep on continuing with this voluntary, what you have mentioned, it's a consensus model. What are your views on that?
See, both models are having pros and cons. So in that background, whatever we are having as of now, I don't think that we should deviate from that. What we can do, we can make it more effective in one way or another way. So moving to a statutory law is not the panish of all problem. There is no guarantee that okay, if we'll make a statutory laws, every problem will be solved. So in my opinion, what I think that whatever do we have as of now, we can make it more effective, more comprehensive, and we can make it more dynamic to deal with the situation.
So regarding, let's say, the having a separate wing for the cyber team or something like that for under the election commission, let me answer the question in this manner. So, is there technology which can identify MCC violations? The answer is yes. Is it foolproof? It's difficult to say because, as I told you, the methods of misconduct, so these things keep on evolving. Because the domain keeps on evolving, the range will also have to keep on evolving. So we can have technology for technology, and in that manner, this is a continuous game. This would go on. So technologically, is it possible? Yes. So whether Election Commission will adopt a separate, wing within its jurisdiction or not, that is completely up to them, because I am a technologist, so you asked me specifically directed question, so that's why I said technological, yes. Possible, yes. Will it be not? My take will be like it's an institutional decision. There will be pros and cons, difference of opinions, difference of perceptions, and my perception, for me, my perception is always better than yours. So and that applies to everybody in this room and everybody in the country. So it will create more dissensions than cohesion. So probably that is one reason, and maybe sir will add first.
Yeah. Regarding UK constitution, it's not that UK doesn't have the constitution, but it is unwritten. You know, UK, to answer to your query, goes by the convention. Convention is very strong, and whatever the convention, the decision or the, legislation has been taken there in the UK, and that is very strong and as good as having the written constitutions. So that is why UK constitution is by convention. Okay, just to answer to that.
I just confine one part, कि why Election Commission is not having its own cyber wing. The entire police and administration machinery of this country will be under the supervision and control of Election Commission of India once MCC is there. So all the cyber cell of the police, they are supposed to bound to work under to ensure the IT Act and all other relevant rules, laws under the guidance of the Election Commission of India. So any exclusive wing within that, they have the larger authority. So entire administration during the election MCC period, they control, they supersede. So entire establishment, whatever is there to execute cyber laws and all the rules regulation, that time Election Commission has the super hand. Okay. So if no more question, please wind up. Or is there any question? Please.
I'm sorry that I have to stand again, but I'm taking this opportunity because no one is standing. Sir, this is for Dr. Chiram. Sir, elections today are dictated by the digital campaigns. Along with it comes the new tech threats, one of which the encrypted rumor channels such as closed WhatsApp group, where messages are being sent by people, where misinformation is spread. And then the ECI or the fact checkers, they'll be detecting the messages after the polling date. So if there is any...
The provisions of this thing. Because then people start saying that if you, they asked these digital intermediaries, the platforms, the government wanted full access to all the encrypted communications happening. It's end-to-end encrypted, so the government of India wanted full access to that. Then they started saying, no, if you say that we have to, then we'll leave India. Like Facebook, X, they said that. So they had to, just bring it down a little bit, the provisions, the government of India. That's why they have to keep changing on those things. So as such of now, there is no way, because then we as citizens, as users of those, then it becomes a way of privacy matter. How much of our communication among ourselves should any body can go into it, whether authorized or unauthorized, should be able to act into it. So there's this fine balance of how much of privacy and how much of, what is the word, surveillance, how much of surveillance to be done. So I don't know to what extent, what extent you want there to be surveillance or check by the government or any EMB or the ECI, but then it is very difficult. So as of now, the latest rule that we have is act that we have is the Digital Intermediaries Act, and how much of that communication encrypted is to be checked. It's still very being debated. The government wants a lot more access into those things because then it becomes easier. Otherwise, one way of doing that is if there is a complaint and there is rules and things for that, to get a thing from a magistrate or from the high court or a judge's order, then only then, as of now, you can go and check somebody's encrypted messages directly through you, not through the intermediary. The intermediaries are not going to give any permission as of now. There is no rule to actually go into those encrypted messages unless it goes through another way, but not through the intermediaries. So yeah, technology is coming and the platform. So we are going to put more and more pressure on the intermediaries, the platforms, to regulate themselves a little bit better than just allowing everyone, even though they have their own community guidelines of what information or what things they can share. So you have seen people that you say something, then their posts are taken down. Right? That is the only way. So government cannot go into those encrypted messages. Till now, no authority has been given, no state authority has been given that permission or that liberty to go and check into the encrypted communication systems as of yet. In India and I don't know which country has done that, but India at least we don't have that.
Thank you so much to all the panel members for sharing your insights and answering the queries of our participants, and all our participants as well for keeping alive the discussion with all of your queries. With that, we have come to the end of the question and answer round. However, for those of you who do still have questions, a questionnaire in Google Sheet link will be shared to all the participants, so you can kindly take a few minutes to give your feedback and ask questions there as well. Now I would like to invite the Additional Deputy Commissioner, East Khasi Hills, Srimati Pritilisha K. Sangma, MCS, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
I quote from Aristotle: "Liberty and equality are best attained when all persons alike share in the government to the utmost." I unquote. Setting the tone, today's workshop was a platform for election officials, policymakers, legal experts, academics, media professionals, civic society, and international stakeholders to exchange experiences, deliberate on evolving trends and innovations. Good afternoon to each and every one of you, to our esteemed dignitaries, speakers in the inaugural session, as well as to the distinguished guest intellectuals who had spoken at length in the workshop. My dear colleagues, representatives from the political parties, media representatives, students, research scholars, and distinguished participants who are participating online. On behalf of the Chief Electoral Officer, I take the privilege this afternoon to propose the vote of thanks. First and foremost, my gratefulness goes to the speakers of the inaugural session who had dwelt at length on MCC and its importance. My gratitude also goes to our distinguished intellectuals, Mr. Shishir Tiwari, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Northeastern Hill University, who had stressed on the foundations and legal frameworks of ethical election campaign. He had spoken about the soft law, statutory laws, the basic of MCC based on Article 324 and its implementation in conduct of free and fair elections. My thank you also goes to Professor Dipendu Sinha Roy, Dean, Research and Consultancy, NIT SORA, for dwelling on emergency challenges and global cooperation, the importance of using technology, electoral integrity, fair competition with maintaining electoral integrity in the evolving campaign, CVGIL and its effectiveness in the election process. My special thank you also goes to Professor K. Debarma, Department of Political Science, Northeastern Hills University, for his dynamic speech on campaign finance, monitoring and enforcement, challenges of finance and digital campaign, and also for the comparative thematic score, the action plan policy recommendations thereof, which is vital for MCC and success of election. I would also take the privilege this afternoon to thank Dr. Kamaljit Shiro, Assistant Professor, Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Northeastern Hill University, for speaking and highlighting on the media, digital campaigns, and information integrity related to elections, media misinformation or disinformation, thematic categories for alternative news, a holistic rights respecting governance, framework that integrates platform accountability, targeted transparency, media literacy, robust fact-checking, and adaptive regulatory design. Thank you to the distinguished intellectuals for your insightful words, valuable insights, and inspiring presentations, which have truly set a tone for the occasion and had given us much food for thought, which will boost the electoral system in the state and in the country as a whole. My gratefulness also goes to all the political representatives of political parties for your active participation, without which our program would have been incomplete. And my special thank you goes to the election machinery under the leadership of Sir Tiwari, the CEO, for successfully hosting this workshop. All participants, the nodal officers of respective topics, and the officers who are joining online, without whom the workshop would not have been complete. I also like to thank the IPRO for the sound system, the media team for highlighting today's event, and students from Magnum, from NEHU, the research scholars from NEHU and NIT. Today's interactive session have been fruitful in totos with today's topic. Your participation will strengthen the electoral governance and electoral process. Thank you one and all for making this program a successful one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With that, we have come to the end of the International Workshop on Model Code of Conduct for Campaigns. And I hope all of us are going back with a better, enhanced understanding of the Model Code of Conduct and to work for ethical, transparent, and inclusive election campaigns. Thank you very much for your attendance. So lunch will be served at the dining hall, and all the participants are requested to collect their certificates from the registration desk. Thank you.